This is the Wise Guy Radio Show, a podcast dedicated to educating and inspiring through conversations with today's top talents in the world of glass. We will be dissecting their journeys in hopes to deliver actionable content that you, the artist, can start implementing now, helping you grow not only as a creative spirit, but also a successful artistic entrepreneur. With a little organization, relationship building, and your artistic ability, you can obtain greatness. Climb aboard, whether an artist, retail owner, or enthusiast. We have a ton of fun in store for you. Welcome to the Wise Guy Radio Show. This episode of the Wise Guy Radio Show is brought to you by Mountain Glass Arts. For the month of November 2018, Mountain Glass is offering their Boros sale. They have rod and tube Pyrex brand on sale at 45% off. There's no coupon code needed. Again, that is Pyrex brand borosilicate glass, rod and tube at 45% off. No coupon code needed. And for all you beautiful soft glass nerds, they have their double helix sale, 15% off. All you have to do is just go buy it. No coupon code needed. How about that? They are making life easy for us over there at Mountain Glass. And they have a whole bunch of new sales going on between bead making kits, jewelry stuff, kiln sales, glasses on sale, all kind of good stuff. They have weekly sales going on right now as well. And just go there in Mountain Glass and check them out. Go to mountainglass.com for any other questions, comments, or concerns. That is mountainglass.com. Hey, what's happening? Welcome to the Wise Guy Radio Show, episode number 205. This is your host, Jason Michael, and thank you so much for tuning in today. This week's episode features back-to-back episodes here with J.D.Mapelsden. I wanted to give you guys a little kind of a long form, even longer than normal episode. This was 4 hours long you'll be getting here. This is JD's first interview as well as his follow-up. The first one kind of gives I shouldn't say kind of, but it does. He gives us a full insight into his early on introduction into glass, all the things he went through career-wise, all the travels, all the hitchhiking, all the good deeds that he has done over his career, and it was a really, really fun, insightful interview. And then the second one is him giving us insights into his Vagabond documentary that he came out with last year. I have all the links for that as well. If you have not seen yet the Vagabond documentary, it's fascinating. It's totally different from Degenerate Art. It's a whole different format, different perspective. It kind of gives a more updated insight into the current state of the industry. Not so much 2018, but 2017 and before that. And he really does kind of share his perspective. And I know a lot of perspectives out there, especially from those of us that have been in this in the game for as long as we have been. Myself being out of the game, per se, in the pipe industry for about a year or so now. I guess really haven't been out of Disney for almost 7 years, but I've still tapped into it through the show, but also just being a piper at heart and paying attention to what's going on out there. But he does definitely give you some perspective, and JD's a hell of a dude. I definitely want to get him back on for a third round of chit-chatting and kind of catch up. He's had... was in a car accident and had some surgery on his neck. I believe he had it's either a slip disc or a pinched nerve or something. He mentions it at one point in the interview. I didn't go back and listen to these completely. I did listen to a lot of it though, and but one of the reasons I did want to get this up and give you 4 hours of a show to listen to is because right now we are in the holiday season grind. For those of you right now that are behind the torch listening to this, you know what I mean. Black Friday was this past weekend. As well as this past Monday was Cyber Monday. Right now I'm recording this on Thursday, which is when this is going to go live as well. And did a couple episodes, just some short ones on thinking about outside-the-box ideas for the holidays, and also making sure you pay attention to the integrity and the quality of your work and the steps of the process, not just in the actual final product that you're creating. So I want to, again, give you this long 4 hours just to kind of keep it behind the torch. I tend to work in 3 hour increments, and I know in the past episodes I've talked about my way of working, and I think it's pretty badass. So it's also got a text from my ex-wife that my daughter just passed her driving test. She is 19, decided to hold off on getting her driver's license. She wasn't really in any kind of hurry, which I don't blame her with all the madness and fucking craziness out there in the road. She took her test 3-4 weeks ago and immediately failed it in the backup portion as they were getting ready to leave to go for the driving test when she pulled and hit one of the cones, knocked the cone over, backing out, which was immediately a disqualification for her. But I guess she just went through the test again and passed. So now my kid will be on the road driving by herself. So if you live in St. Petersburg, Florida, and area, please be careful when you're driving on the roads because my kid is now on the road. Gosh, it's fucking Jesus. Anyways, so anyways, I want to just kind of give you guys some kind of 4-hour block of some content to listen to, and JD gets me fired up every time I listen to these episodes. Definitely a man of motivation. He's got a kind heart and an amazing talent. And again, just figured you would definitely enjoy that. And if you have not listened to this episode yet, here you go, because this is some really good insight. Also, don't forget, if you have not yet subscribed to the Flow magazine, one of our podcast contributors and supporters of the show, their spring nature issue coming out in spring of 2019. They have extended their deadline to submit your forms. This right now, today is the 29th that I'm posting this up. So literally, if you have anything that you think you would want to submit into the Flow magazine, they are now just letting me know that they have a extended deadline for their submissions for the spring one, which is tomorrow, December 30th. So if you want anything to go into the Flow magazine, they ask that you please email 3 to 5 high-resolution digital images of your glass art that are at least 300 dpi along with a completed submission form to theflow.maureen@gmail.com. I will have the submission information form as well as contact information in the show notes for you. So, again, anything that you can create in terms of nature, plants, flowers, all kind of stuff, whether it's functional or non-functional, I definitely think that you will have a great opportunity to have your work published. The Flow is a high-quality publication. They've been around for a long, long time, almost, I guess, pretty much about 2 decades now, if not a little bit longer than that. And it's just, it's a good idea if you can get yourself published throughout your career in different publications. Just for your portfolio alone, helps give you some credibility as an artist. I mean, your work can give you the credibility, but when you have something to back it up, like a publication that you can show your work in a magazine or on an online thing of some sort, not just social media or an online gallery, but an actual publication, it definitely will help, kind of boost your name as an artist. So something to think about. Again, I'll have all the show notes, the information in the show notes for you there for all of that. And also we have Mountain Glass. They have all their sales going on right now. Hopefully you jumped on their Black Friday sales. They always have great deals during their Black Friday sales. Like stuff that is so discounted that they sell out almost immediately. Oh my God, my fucking digital recorder keeps falling. Hopefully I don't hit the pause button. I'm in my closet recording. I think the sound quality is much better. I'm going to have to find a hanger of some sort to move all my shit out of here so I can actually have a comfortable space. I'm going to put a picture on my Instagram under the Wise Guy Radio Instagram. And again, if you have not followed us on Instagram, it's wiseguy_radio is our podcast page on Instagram. I'll put a little selfie in there. I'm going to take it right now. I'm just get my camera up. Flip around and all right. Got a stupid selfie of me in the closet. My girlfriend thinks I should probably come out of the closet, but it's next lifetime, I guess. Shit. But yeah, so Mountain Glass, I'm actually going to go to their page right now real quick while I am up. You can go to mountainglass.com. Their homepage typically has all their sales. They have redone their website lately, and they have all kind of stuff, everything from color to clear to kiln sales to torches. If you have not yet subscribed to their newsletter and updates, they send them out all the time. It's pretty good stuff here. So let me see real quick while I'm talking to you here. I'm going to do this live. All right, so right now for the month of November, which I have in the advertising, you can get their Pyrex sale is 45% off right now. 45% off Pyrex brand tube and rod. You have no code needed when you go check out for that as well. And then all you beautiful soft glassers out there, they have their double helix 15% off monthly sale right now. No code needed as well. They have all kind of stuff. They've got scut kilns on sale. They have Boro bars on sale. Let's see what their torches. They have some Bethlehem sharp flame hand torches for all you lathe workers out there. They have their Carlisle CC right now is about $200 off. Normally they're $1,300, and this is the 4-port style-y with the number 3 centerfire. Now, just kind of a side note here on the Carlisle. I've been rocking a Carlisle for almost 20 years now with a number 5 hole in the center flame. Personally, I like that a lot better than the 3, only because it gives you a little bit broader flame to work with. It's a little bit better for fuming. The 3 is nice also, don't get me wrong. The 3 is a little bit more of you can really fine-tune that to a really tiny pinpoint flame. But again, the 5 I like because you can get a little bit broader size, softer flame out of it if you need to, but you can also bring it down and scale it down to a more of a pinpoint, which is, this is nice. But again, just go to mountainglass.com, check out all their sales that have going on. And back to the Flow magazine. If you have not yet subscribed to their magazine, you can get 10% off their annual issue, their annual subscription, and it's a quarterly magazine too. So every basically think about the seasons. You get a new issue. They do a nature, they do a women's in glass, they do a paperweight and marbles, and then they do a functional issue. And just pay attention to them because they are always looking for submissions, whether you want to do a tutorial, video lesson, or a picture lesson, just in any kind of articles you want to write, what have you. I've been fortunate to be published there for the last 4 issues, including this one coming up for the spring with So You Want to Be a Glassblower series, talking all about the ideas and things that you need to think about when it comes to becoming a glass artist, as well as marketing and selling your work too. Some things to think about there. And just one little side note, too. I thought, whether you give a shit or not, but I know a couple years back I did an episode talking about how I was taking a break from old Mary Jane. And now I literally have been 6 days now away from the THC. I have been using CBD and oil the past 5 days now, I think it's been. I've got a 1,000 milligram dose that I'm doing a half a dose twice a day, so I'm getting 1,000 milligrams throughout the day. And part of the reason why I'm taking a break, not only just to clear my head, but also because I haven't really been sleeping well. The last probably 3 or 4 months, my sleep at night has been shit, waking up every couple hours. Sometimes I feel like right when I get into REM sleep or into actual like a dream state, I immediately wake up, and it's been really frustrating. It's causing frustration and kind of just, kind of making my days suck, not getting things done, not really having a lot of focus and stuff. So I'm kind of just doing a little reset on my body in terms of that. So, I'll probably reintroduce the old cannabis back in my life eventually. But for now, I'm just enjoying the CBDs and trying to really just get my brain back in check. Going to get exercising again. I've been still getting my walks in every day. Get about, 8 to 10,000 steps in around there. I do play Pokemon Go, and so that helps me get motivated to get out there and get my walks in. But my dog does as well. And then I just enjoy getting out there and getting some fresh air and exercise, especially when I'm at the mouse house all day, bent over my torch, melting the days away. Got to stand up and stretch out and take a break. And again, that's why this episode is 4 hours long, because it's a block episode. Good 4 hours, then you can get up after it's all over, take a little break, get some water. If you haven't had water throughout your day, go take a walk, get some fresh air, make some phone calls, do some emails, social media, what have you, and then get your ass back on the torch and listen to some more episodes of this podcast. If you have not yet joined our Patreon group, our wise asses out there, you can join for as little as $1 a month or $12 a year. If you're in the $5 group, you get access to all of our podcast archives now is on there, which is the way iTunes and the algorithms and things all work. They only let you host 100 episodes at a time. So now that we have like 100 or 205 episodes or whatever the hell this is, all the first 105 episodes are now available through Patreon. And all you have to do is just go to patreon.com/wiseguy radio, and you can help support this show again for as little as $1 a month and or $12 a year. If you are in the $10 group, which is the wisest choice to make, you also have access to free content like videos and tutorials and stuff. And starting in 2019, we are going to be starting our mastermind groups, and all the information you will be getting will be through the Patreon page. I know a lot of you have reached out to me asking about the masterminds, and the mastermind groups will be through Patreon. It's going to help me just kind of cover my expenses for my time, more or less, because my time right now is really limited. But really, the whole goal with this show is to help you become a better artist, a better business person, minded-wise, and also a better human being in life. And these mastermind groups are going to cover all of those facets. I'm going to be organizing the groups of artists that I bring in that are interested in doing it. I'm going to have a little thing you got to fill out just to kind of figure out where you belong in the groups, whether you're a parent or not, whether you're single or not. Those little the single thing really won't matter necessarily, but I do want to make sure that the groups are full of people that are like-minded. We're going to be limiting them to five artists per group, and probably going to be doing only 4 groups per quarter is how it's going to work out. But I'll have more details to come as we get the ball rolling, and I'm going to get some emails sent out to those who have already contacted me about it. But again, you just go to patreon.com/wiseguy radio to help support this show, help me pay the bills here, because this does cost me about $200 a month now to run the show. And it's a labor of love, and I do appreciate everybody that's been helping out, including the sponsors through Mountain Glass and the Flow magazine as well as our Patreon wise asses that we have there that are supporting me every month. So I guess that's about it for now. Don't think I missed anything. Hopefully you are busting your ass, working, getting things sold, getting ready for the Christmas rush, which we are in the middle of right now. And if you're those that are in the States, I hope you had a lovely Thanksgiving. And I'm very thankful for all you have listened and downloaded the show over the years and supporting the show for 4 years now. It's been pretty awesome. It's been a wild ride in my life personally, and been a pretty damn good place now. So and I owe a lot of it to you, the listener. So thanks so much for everything. And until next time, enjoy this episode with J.D.Mapelsden. These are 2 episodes back to back. And I'll have all the information in the show notes, again, with the submission forms for the Flow magazine and the links to the Vagabond documentary that JD put out last year. And until next time, love you so much. Have a beautiful day. Happy melting, and we'll see you soon. Have a wise day. Peace. Pretty good, man. Finally glad to get you on here, and excited to talk to you, man. I've been following your work for a long-ass time, as long as I've been doing this myself, and it's exciting to see your evolution of all your work. Part of it I want to talk about is your glass, and then part of it also is the new documentary coming out, which I'm super pumped about for you guys. But before we go anywhere else, let's go ahead and get started by you telling us all about your superhero origin story and who introduced you to the flame.
Excellent. My name's J.D.Mapelsden. I started blowing glass 2001 in Moscow, Idaho, is where I had my first opportunity to learn to blow glass. It had a guy by the name of, his name was John, but he went by Angel. He's, as far as I know, he's no longer blowing glass. He's kind of been lost into the abyss of, sad story.
Yeah.
But he gave me my humble beginnings, gave me an 8-hour crash course, taught me how to turn on a torch, showed me how to set everything up. This is how you blow a bubble, how you pull stringers, this is how you make a spoon, crash course. Then handed me a chunk of tubing the last 2 hours of the crash course and had me pull stringers and lay color on the bubble, and he took that little bubble and shaped it into a little bit bigger than a thimble-sized jar. He used to hold like two bowls in it. Was all I could fit, and that was like the first thing I ever made. And I still have it to this day. It stays in my personal collection.
Killer.
Yeah, but it was fun because as soon as it was done, he looked at me and told me he would sell me his torch. So I ran home, got the money, got everything together, bought the torch, and really had a very small clue on what I was going to do with it. I knew I was going to blow glass, but beyond that, I didn't understand what I had. I didn't understand how magical that torch was and how it was going to transform my whole life. So it was quite an intense experience. When I came home to Spokane, Washington, my best friend at the time, and still to this day, Brandon Welk, taught me how to set the torch up. We went and got regulators, and we got hoses, and we got a box fan, and we put it in the window of the garage.
Nice.
And we turned on the torch, and then it was like, sweet, let's go get some materials. And he showed me how to make a pendant for the first, walked me through blowing a bubble and making an implosion pendant. Mind-blowing.
Yeah. I know what you mean.
A couple weeks later, we had this guy in Spokane, Washington. His name was Dave. He owned a company called Coffin Glass Productions. And Dave was kind of a shady entrepreneur type. But he was kind of funny. I worked for Dave on his private property, and I worked with his nephew who was making these spoons, and they were having me pull stringers for him to wrap them. So I would take a piece of, I'd take a stick of cadmium colors, and I would encase it with clear, and then I would pull it into the stringer. So it was kind of fun. It was really cool. Dave only had one arm.
Huh.
So one arm was a hook. So he would get this glob of glass glowing hot, and he'd reach down with his hook and he'd grab it and pull his arms apart, and he'd have the stringer. So in the beginning, I learned to grab the glass with pliers and pull along. Before I learned you could use glass as a tool.
Right.
So it was kind of a crazy experience. It lasted about 3 weeks. And then I packed up all my stuff from there, and I moved in. I talked my mom into going half with me on a kiln. I had $700 saved up. It was all the money I had in the world. I actually missed my child support payment that month to have the money for my kiln, which was quite the huge deal that I knew I was going to do something. So
yeah, I guess that is a big sacrifice.
It was quite the, have to call up the ex and have the talk and explain to her what's going on. And it wasn't all that fun, but at the same time, I knew I was on to something. It was what was going to change my life forever. And I knew it. I just had to do it. So I talked my mom into it. She went halves with me on my first kiln. I still use it to this day quite a bit.
Rad.
I got a couple other ones. Yeah, I got a couple other ones that I bounced around with. I still have the first torch I bought. I use it as a loaner torch. And I make deals with glass blowers for it, where if you're kind of down on your luck, you're like, friend of mine, I know what's going on. My buddy Devin's using it right now. And I charge him a marble a month.
Huh.
So every month that he has my torch, I get a marble. So for me, it's a pretty rad deal.
Yeah.
I collect marbles. For him, he's super stoked because he has a piece of equipment that he can't afford at this time. And he's having the ability to save money and make money to purchase his torch. So
man, that's killer, bro.
I really love. So it's just I will never sell the torch. I want to keep it as that thing that like stepping stone for other people that have that dedication and the love for it. I like to help nurture it.
Yeah,
I'm really into like helping the community grow. And sometimes it's like if you have something that someone else needs and you're not using it, you might as well just let them use it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's amazing, brother. That's too cool.
Yeah, so it's a fun one.
Yeah.
In 2006, 7, somewhere in there, I opened up a shop in Spokane, Washington, with the help of Brando and another buddy of mine, Domer. I had a great idea about. I've been traveling for a long time, pretty much from the beginning when I got into this. I'm just an old backpacker. I used to hitchhike all up and down the West Coast, and we'll try and go eastward. So when I started blowing glass, I didn't understand like sitting and like I didn't know how to sell glass. We can start with that.
Mm-hmm.
But what I had learned from example was you grab a gun case and you sit in a parking lot at a festival, and people walk up to you and buy the shit. So I was like, all right, I can do this. So I would hitchhike. I would work all month long making spoons, and then I would hitchhike. I'd get like me and another friend. We'd hitchhike out to the gorge in the middle of Washington, and we would sit in the parking lot at J.D.Mapelsden shows, at fish shows, at fucking Ozfest. I was at Warped Tour. I went to like every show that the Gorge had for almost 2 years religiously. It was like that was my bread and butter.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Canadians coming down to go party for the weekend. They need a pipe. Kids flying in from the East Coast. They need a pipe. But it was really dangerous and scary back then. Mostly because of security. Because technically we were breaking the law by vending at these festivals because we didn't have permits, but they wouldn't give us a permit to sell because we were making pipes. So it was like this fine-edged sword where you could do it if you had the balls and you were able to like be sneaky enough.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, you had to still risk. Like I've had to stand there with my hand on my case and like look at the guy and be like, "You cannot take this. This is my paycheck." And they're like trying to rip it out of my hands, and we stood there in a standoff being like, "I'm taking my case," and he's like, "No, I'm taking your case." And it ended with me walking away with the case and him realizing that it was a very bad idea to take my case.
Right.
But it took a lot of talking and convincing. But it was scary back then. You never knew what was going on. We just had Operation Pipe Dreams. I watched a whole bunch of my friends go to jail over us trying to be legitimate businesses. So it was like a super scary time, and it was like no one knew what to do. So it was kind of like whatever means necessary.
Yeah, it was a shitty time.
We hid in our garages. But when things started turning around, because I was traveling all over, I was going out east and working with Germ Lyon. Decon are really good friends of mine. I've known Decon since before we blew glass. Him and Brando are like my two oldest friends in the glass game. And so from traveling and seeing those guys and just seeing like how people were working together and networking, I was convinced that was what we needed to do in Spokane. I was like, we need to get a big studio. We need to like have people coming in and teaching classes. We need to like step up our game if we want to be able to like continue doing this. And we were all doing good, making production work and semi-supporting ourselves off of that. But it was very meager, and we were all kind of like, we wanted to like be able to post a piece on glasspipes.org and see it featured. And, that was like the highlight of the highlight back then. Was
Yeah.
if you got your piece, you posted on glasspipes.org, you hit that feature, that your whole day was set, man. I remember waking up every morning seeing if I could get a feature.
Yeah.
That was my goal every day.
Yeah, man. Before the days of Instagrams and Facebooks and shit, we had glasspipes.org.
Yeah, and if it wasn't for glasspipes, and actually I accredit glasspipes.org for glassblowers being able to maneuver through social media as well as we did, and use it as a tool in which we were able to use it for. Because with glasspipes.org, you didn't have a direct connection to an artist. You didn't have a direct connection to a person, or you had a direct connection to an artist. You know, that was his portfolio, and you've seen him post, and you've seen him make comments and do it. So it was before MySpace, before Facebook. It was our space for glass pipes.
Yeah, exactly.
It was where we educated each other. It's where we like looked and like admired each other's work. So when it came down to it, it was like, we need this studio, let's do this. So we all pulled together, and I built the shop with the help of all my friends. And I was there for a few years, and we had a bunch of amazing classes. We had Eugene, Salt, Merck, J-Red, Sebastian. I think that was it. And Mickelson. We had all in Mickelson come through for classes, all within like a 2-year period, which was, for all the guys who worked in the studio, it was amazing. Like, we were just knowledge pouring in more than we could actually. We were like overloading ourselves with knowledge at that point. And we couldn't even, like, you get done with one class and then 2 weeks later or 2 months later, you'd have another class. So it was like, you didn't even really have time to practice what you learned from the last class.
Yeah.
But it was cool because everyone was learning so much and so many different things that everyone was able to pick the style and the techniques that they were interested in the most right then and develop on those. So it was really cool to watch like my style come out of that, and watch Brandon's style come out of it, and watch our buddy McDougal's style come out of it. Domer, his style came out of it. It was really cool. It was a lot of fun. And I look back, and it's definitely like one of the best times of my life.
Yeah, man, I can imagine that's a shit ton of influence to get yourself involved in. You know, and I think that's part of what, you know, doing something like that is what's helped this new generation of glass artists right now that are just, you see these kids that have been doing it for 3 to 5 years, and they're just killing it right now because of people like you that they're exposed. Yeah.
It's mind-blowing how fast people, or the progression is nowadays. Because it was like, I mean, reversals. It took me 4 years to figure out how to get reversals down. And then as soon as I thought I had reversals down, then they turned out with a new way to do prep work to make, so you could get even more reversals.
Exactly. Yeah, right.
Yeah, so
yeah,
it was intense. I ended up leaving Montage after, in 2011, 2010, I left Montage Studios. I had gotten asked by Nate Dizzle to work with Swiss Perk. We've been friends for a long time, and he asked me if I would come and help him at this new company he was starting up. And so I went over there, and I was never worked on a lathe before. I was super excited to have this opportunity to work on a lathe because it was a piece of equipment I didn't know about. I was excited. So Nate gave me my introductory to the lathe, and I spent a solid year doing just prep work for the whole crew. And we had Dosh World was one of the employees, and so was Voorhees. I probably should have mentioned, I've known Dosher since he made his third outside wrapped spoon.
Wow.
I walked into a trailer on the Palouse with Decon, took me over there to meet him, and we walk in, and it's just this little trailer in the middle of nowhere, and Dosh is all excited because he just made this spoon. And by the end of the meeting, I'd worked out a deal with him and another buddy of mine, Abram, to buy and sell everything that they were allowed to sell me because they worked for somebody else at that point.
Mm-hmm.
But back then it was also funny because whenever I would go over to their studios, they would turn their torches off when I would walk in the door.
That is funny.
So, yeah, so that was like one of the things in the beginning that was really funny with a lot of the older guys. You couldn't get into studios.
Mm-hmm.
You had to like figure out, you had to weasel a way into it. And then once you were in there, then you had to like hang out long enough some way in order to wait for them to start working again. And it was hard because I was like friends with good glassblowers, but they wouldn't show me anything. And once I bought my own torch and I was learning to blow glass, it was even worse.
Yeah, because now you're competition.
It was even more like, yeah, they're like, no, we're not showing you shit.
Yeah.
But it was a lot of fun. So when I was at Swiss Perk, it was a lot of fun to work with Doge because he was an old friend of mine. I'd known him for a long time. And I was working with Voorhees, who's just amazing sculptor and really nice guy. And another kid who's he's one of my really good friends still, and he's a guy who goes by the name of Matt Atienza.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
He worked at Swiss Perk with us, and it was a lot of fun. Like me and Matt, we over the year and a half that we worked together, we bonded really strong. We took the class in Pinland just recently, or last year, with Micah Evans, so that was a lot of fun.
Yeah, we were getting Matt back on the show. We recorded for like 3 hours one day, and we both were like,
"Oh, you and Matt?"
Yeah, we both were like super exhausted, and like, I don't know, it was pretty funny. I listened back to it, and I'm like, and he called me up. He's like, "You want to do this again, dude?" I'm like, "I think we need to." It was just so all over the place, the conversation. It was pretty damn funny.
Yeah, he's a good guy. Like he's really, really good guy.
Yeah, absolutely.
I was super excited to have him a part of the documentary. So we'll get on that one in a little bit. But after Swiss Perk, I worked there for a year and a half. After Swiss Perk, I kind of floated for a little bit, like a 4 to a 5 month period. I was just kind of in limbo, trying to figure out what I was doing. I'd flown out to Philly and was debating on moving there. And the day I was back in Bellingham, Washington, where I was living, and I was looking, and I was like, all right, I think I'm going to move to Bellingham. And that day, I went and had lunch with Scott Deppy, and he asked me to join the mothership. He told me the vision that him and Jake C were doing, and asked if I could help out and be a part of it, because I knew how to work on a lathe. There wasn't a whole bunch of people in town with lathe experience, and I've been friends with him for 15 years at this point, or at that point. So it was like we were hanging out all the time. He asked me to work, so it's kind of a no-brainer. It's like the dopest shop in the country,
right?
At the time, it had like the heaviest hitters, like on one team, in my opinion, in a studio that's been around. There's some heavy hitters in a couple of the studios nowadays. Everdreams and Portal definitely are amazing, but without the influence from Mothership, the original Mothership crew, which was Scott Deppy, Jake C, Quays, T-Funk, Dosa, and Punty, the industry wouldn't, in my opinion, wouldn't be where it is. Scott's been one of the biggest influences, or not biggest influence, he's been a major influence in the industry for a really long time. There's a lot of stuff that he's done that nobody knows that he was the one who started that.
Right. No, I completely agree.
It's like we wouldn't have laser etch, or it's not that we wouldn't have had it. It's like we don't know when someone would have discovered laser etched Dicro if it wasn't for Scott. Dicro coated tubing, it was Scott's idea. The reason why we're pulling colored tubing out of furnaces is because Scott had that idea and wanted that product. And he talked with Abe at Narstar, and they made it happen. So there's so many tools. I mean, that's just 3 things off the top of my head right there. That's just like he's directly responsible for. And so to have the opportunity to work with that guy, it was a dream. Like it was unbelievable. I still like get goosebumps thinking about those days. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, man. I remember when he first came out, dude. It was like we had a shop going before Operation Pipe Dream. This whole thing went down. I had like 7 of us in there working, and the guy who was my business partner, he was really good friends with Abe Fleischman at the time. And he comes flying downstairs. He's like, "Holy shit, you guys got to check this out." And he brings his laptop down, and Abe had sent him some pictures of Scott's newest work then. This is like probably 2004, maybe, something like that. It was like right Scott had just gotten really going, and he was showing us like his color work, like some of the like pyramid weird like chains and shit he was doing at the time, you know? And we were like, I'm ready to tap out now. Like, what the fuck? You know, it's amazing, like someone like that just shows up to a shop, and then you get him under like Marcel and Jason Lee, and then all of a sudden just changes the entire spectrum of our industry. I mean, like you're saying, his influence runs deep in so many areas, not only to mention quality and glass, but and pricing and the way that our industry's gone. You know, like I was hearing people paying $10,000 for pipes. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? And then they showed me a mothership. I'm like, okay, oh, Jesus.
I the very first piece that I ever seen from Scott Deppie in person. We were at a festival. I'd been up all night long, tripping around, having like a great time, and my buddy who lived in Bellingham was like, "Yo, that's Scott Deppie. He's the dopest glass blower out of everybody." And I was like, "Sweet, let's go meet him." And when I walked up, he was like, when we walked up, my buddy, he kind of recognized, so he started talking with us. And my friend asked him if he had anything available. He's like, "I don't have anything available to sell." He's like, "But I brought this piece to show off." He's all, "Check this out." And he pulls it out, and it's massive. It has this like solid color stacked sections around the top, these huge canes on the side, just the gnarliest piece I'd ever seen. And at that very moment, Daniela, his wife, yells his name because he had to do something with his son Kynan, and he just doesn't know me at all, just shoves the piece into my hands and is like, "Hold this," and he runs off, and I'm just like standing there with this. He just told me it was sold for $4,000. This is in 2001. It was right before I learned to blow glass. Like I got my first introductions just right after this. And he shows me this piece, and I was just like, I had a hold of that thing like a fullback. I just both hands over it, like under it, over it. My buddies are all trying to swarm in to get a look at it. I was like, "Get the fuck away from me!"
All right.
I was like, "Don't touch this. I'm not responsible." So, but he came back. We hung out, and still to this day, it's one of my favorite pieces ever, just because of that. And it was just from that moment on, every festival we seen each other, we hung out, and we got to know each other over the years. And then working with him was a lot of fun. And when I started there, Mothership was an artist shop. It was Jake and Scott's shop, and everybody else worked there was more or less like an apprentice of Scott. Actually, they were all Scott's apprentices at that point, and they were helping Scott with projects and doing a whole bunch of really cool shit. They were in the processes of developing the line and all that stuff, and Scott and Jake were just like head deep in trying to figure out new designs constantly. And they had a good pool of people to bounce ideas off of and talk, and we did a lot of research and development. That was probably my favorite part of the job. Is I'd sit there and watch Scott come up with some crazy new design, and then we'd smoke out of it for a week to see what the flaws of the piece were and how we could make it better. And that was probably my favorite thing about working for Mothership. Was it was always striving to do it better. Like, this is good, and this is good enough, but you can do better.
Yeah.
And ingraining that like into my work and into my life would really help me become better. Not only as a glass blower, but even as a person, being like, making sure that if I walk into a situation, when I leave that situation, I try and leave it better than it was when I got there. So like, I'm really big into like when I go to people's studios, I always like to try and like leave the shop nicer than when I left. Like I always make sure I clean my space real nice and tuck up. But if there's like, oh, we need a quick connect for the regulator, like I'll just go and buy those and then I donate them to the shop because, you know, the next guy who comes through is going to need that.
Yeah, that's killer, dude. Hell yeah.
So I think that that's like it's a small symbol of appreciation, but at the same time, it really does mean a lot to people. But so that was the striving to do better, like always just with, you know, cleanliness of the product. Like we were always like, you know, you're your worst enemy with working with clear because clear's so honest.
Yeah, it shows everything.
It doesn't lie. It shows everything. It tells all. It shows every tool mark. It shows every, you know, mistake you did. It shows everything. So it was a lot of fun. I learned something almost every day when I worked there. And I was there for about 2 years, or a year and a half, a little bit longer. I worked there. It was greatest time. Met a lot of really awesome people through working in that studio. Was able to grow connections with people or relationships with people that I had known before the shop, but really that was like an area where we came together and grew up a lot. And to be a part of that was really cool because, like I said, when it started, it was an artist shop. Everyone there was like creating art and doing all this cool stuff. So when I came on with a guy named Davin Titland and a kid named Cody Olson. And Cody and Davin were technically the first two hired. And then I was the third one hired. And it was the three of us were the team. And we had to figure out a lot together. And then we watched the team grow, and it was a lot of fun, a lot of trials and tribulations when you start bringing more people into a small studio. And then it was also really interesting to see what was an artist shop transform slowly into a production glass studio. It was a very intense transition for a lot of the artists. You know, everyone went their ways and settled where they are now. And as an employee, and as a worker, I had to separate myself from the artists. You know, I was there to work. I wasn't there to hang out and smoke weed the whole time and relax. Yeah. I had to actually punch a clock and turn around and go to work. And then when I got off work, I could hang out and we could smoke and we could do that. But then you're working, and I kind of want to go like play on my own stuff because in the beginning, I couldn't make my own work there. I had to rent a bench space across town. So I would work my 40 hours all week long. And then any spare time I had to go across town and blow my own glass.
Oh, and interesting.
So because there wasn't bench spaces. All we had was a couple of lathes, and we were running them in shifts. If I wasn't on it, then Scott or Jake were on it.
Right.
Or Davin was on it. So it was, you know, we didn't have a whole bunch of equipment back then. It was still, you know, figuring out what it was going to be. And it was exciting, you know. I didn't understand quite everything that went into what was going on until after I left. And now sitting back couple years later and looking back, I was really blessed to be in that situation, and learn some business ethics and business tactics from them and see how they ran their business and, you know, make choices upon that. So that was a lot of fun. I think I came out pretty well from it.
Yeah, I think that motherships they've been one of the ones that have helped set a standard for branding yourself as an artist. You know, I mean, if you have a name, for yourself, you can use your name for a brand in a sense, unless you want to create its own entity in a sense like they have. But it's pretty amazing, bro, that you had that, to be on the ground floor of that foundation for them. And then, like you're saying, you can step outside and feel blessed to be a part of that beginning creation. That's now, I mean, they're like the Maserati of our industry.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. 2013 when we went to the AGE show, and Mothership won most innovative product of the year with the Fab. It was one of my most surreal and crazy moments ever in life. Being a part of all of that at that moment, it was really intense, and there was a lot of fun and a lot of excitement. And honestly, it as much excitement and as much craziness as there was with all of it, it still had a lot of hidden dramas. As funny as it sounds, when one person in the industry is doing really good and the other people in the industry aren't doing really good, then you get talks, and it's like, your friends are looking at like what you're making and what it's selling for, and then they automatically assume that you're making a lot of money.
Right, exactly.
So there was that like controversy with, the employees were balling out, the Jake and Scott, they're balling out, but no one was really seeing like the hard work that was going into it, the 20 hours a day work that they were putting in, all the behind the scenes stuff that these guys were doing. No one was seeing that. And they were, in the beginning, they were taking I was watching them take everything they had, and they would make it and they would put it right back into it. And they were really smart about the way they did it, and they branded properly, and they saved when they needed to save, and they didn't make a bunch of unnecessary moves. They were really smart, calculated and precision moves what they did.
Yeah, that's what it seems like. And their glass, I mean, I think the glass really speaks for that because of how it functions and the way it's put together. I mean, it just says it all right there. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, so it was a lot of fun. I ended up moving on from Mothership in 2014. It was honestly like the very beginning, like Christmas time, I left. So I started January 2014 on my own. And it was kind of a scary thing because I didn't know what I was going to do. I knew that I was going to blow glass, but I didn't know what I was going to make. I didn't know what products I was going to make. So I was like trying to figure out how to make something that was different than everything that I had seen, but still taking influences from so many things that I had seen. And it's hard in the industry to make something that's yours.
Yeah.
Because there's so many people who've done stuff before you, and it's like you're always biting someone or you're taking influence from someone, and it's a very fine line in between those, and it's hard for people to figure out which side of the line they're on sometimes. Because you're like, you put your colors combo to it, and you did these wig wags, and the other one didn't have wig wags, but yours has wig wags. So you feel it's different, but it's still the same thing. You just decorated it.
Yep.
You took the design, which is a canvas, and you decorated it with your artwork. It's cool, but it's still taking from someone else. And it was, so I wanted to try and create something that I hadn't personally seen before. But it was hard because somebody out there probably had made it already. One of the products I came up with at that time was a Sherlock rig. And the day that I woke up in the morning, I remember this. I woke up in the morning and I was like, I had this brilliant idea of a Sherlock rig and how awesome it would work. And then I flipped on Facebook, which is the worst thing to do in the morning. And the second or third post I seen was J.Mass out of Austin had posted his first Sherlock rig. And it was almost exactly what I had envisioned the night before.
Isn't that shit so fucked up though, dude? It's amazing.
That was definitely we've always talked about creative consciousness and the moment you think it, you got to do it, because if you're not on it, then there's somebody else who's going to do it.
Yep.
And so that day I was just I was pissed. I remember I was all butthurt. I called up a friend of mine, Sarah, Kurt B's wife, and started talking with her and just brainstorming with her, and she ended up saying the right thing and telling me that I could just redesign it. You can just redesign that. You can still make a Sherlock rig, just make it your own. Change some things up. There has to be something you can do. And I figured out, I put a little beaker underneath the Sherlock and ran the shower head through it. And it was extremely technical. I'd never seen anything like it before. None of the artists that I was showing it to had ever seen it before, so I was super excited. I was putting a lot of time and energy into my Sherlock rigs. And then there was that moment when I was sitting there smoking with a friend of mine, and I had this idea for a piece, and I was like, oh, it would be awesome. I could do this. I could put a donut right above the beaker, and I could run this perk through here. And it was inspired by a piece that Eve made in about 2004. It was a Garnet Sherlock penetrating donut piece.
Oh yeah, I totally remember that, bro. Totally.
The bull sat in front, and the down stem just went straight down and through the donut, and then it kind of curved and connected to the bottom of the can.
Mm-hmm.
And so when I looked at that, I was like, mini tubes are the in thing. Everyone's making tubes. I was like, okay, well, I could do a tube with this design. I was like, but the problem with using this design is you put it all the way at the bottom, and now it's a force perk, and nobody was into force perks at that time. So I had to figure out how to put a new perk in there. And I was so accustomed to working on the lathe, I knew exactly how I would do that on the lathe. And I was just like, all right, how will I do this by hand? And so then I figured out how to translate some lathe techniques to hand. And I went at it, and the first one, I got almost done with it. I was a couple days in on the project, because as soon as I had the idea, I just hit it. I set the piece down. I went straight in on creating prep work to make my idea, because I wasn't going to let it happen again. I wasn't going to let someone else make my idea again. And I went out there and I just started making stuff. And when I got all the way up, almost done, and I blew up the whole bottom.
Mm.
And I was just so upset, because I was pretty broke by this point, scraping by. And I went home to kind of regroup myself and figure out what I did wrong. And I'm really if something breaks for me, I know that it's something I did. The glass acts one way. It does what it's going to do.
Yep.
If it breaks, it's because you let it get cold. You introduced heat into a long period. You had an underkink. So it's always some underlining your fault. So I like to pick my pieces apart. I like to figure out why they break, why they crack.
Yeah, it's important.
What caused this, and how can I make it not happen again? And so the good thing that happened, because I didn't really care for the way the perk was put in on the first one, but it worked. And then I put some more thought into it, and I redesigned it that night, and I came in the next day and just start to finish made the piece. It was like 16 hours, just full day, started working and got it all finished. And when I went home, I could hardly sleep because I was so excited about the piece I just made.
Hell yeah, I love that shit.
And I hadn't had that feeling since 09, 08. Stop it. Sorry, I had to yell at the dog real quick.
Hey, you're good, man.
It was like this whole new feeling. I was all excited, but I was really excited about the Sherlock rigs I was still making. But this tube was super cool. I was stoked because I knew someone would buy it. I was trying to get wholesale orders, so I was making Sherlock rigs by the masses for wholesale orders. I had all these shops that were ready for them, and they were pretty stoked. And I made the wormhole. And I called up a friend of mine who manages a shop, and I spoke with her, and I asked her, I sent her photos and kind of talked with her and asked her what she felt was a good price for it, which is never a smart thing to do. Never ask a head shop what they feel it's worth.
Yep.
They're always going to tell you lower than you want to hear. But she was a really honest and good friend with me, and she told me, she's like, I'd give you $750 for it right now. And I was stoked. I was like, wow, that's a month of rent. Like, I can pay rent for a month off this one piece. I've never made something that I could pay rent for in one piece.
Yeah, it's amazing.
You know, at that point, I had never made and sold anything over like $1,000. You know, that was like in my mind still, and this is 2014. In my mind, that $2,000 or that $1,000 price range, that was big boys. That was like guys that were like really doing stuff. I was trying to make like a, you know, $400 rig that I could wholesale so that like it could get maybe up to 800, 900, hopefully. If people liked it, it would go up in value. So it was like a huge ordeal. So when she told me I could get $750, I was pumped. I was stoked. And she was like, I do that for you right now. And this is like 10 o'clock at night. She's like, but honestly, I think that you should probably try and sell it yourself and see what you can get for it. She's like, you might be able to sell it retail right now. She's like, and if you could do that, she's like, then that would be the best way. And I was like, how would I do that? And I've been seeing everybody post photos online and selling stuff on Facebook. And when I was working at the ship, Dosa was really into that and Quabe was into it. But I was an employee, so I kind of let this whole collector market just go. I didn't pay attention to who was collecting what. I didn't know who was who. But I had this like store like relationship. I wanted to deal with stores. And that slowly, actually it quickly changed after this transaction, because the next day I had my friend Frank come over, take a photo, the Volcano Kid on Instagram. He took a photo of the piece, posted it on Facebook. I wake up in the morning, like post it on Facebook, use the bathroom, I come back and there's somebody being like, how much? And someone called me. I didn't even look at my Facebook yet. A friend of mine called me and like, how much? And I was like, $1,500. Just seeing, and they didn't even hesitate. They jumped on it, and I was like, and they're like, I'll take it. And they're like, I'll call you back in a little bit. I'm in the middle of a meeting. I was like, okay. So at that point, I like get in my car, drive to the shop. I get to the shop. It's been about 45 minutes since I made the post. And I have 20 messages from people who want to buy the piece. And I was blown away.
Wow, yeah, that's awesome.
I realized at that point that everyone who had met me in age at the trade shows and who had met me at EFO and knew that I was working for Mothership, they were paying attention to what I was doing, and they were really curious. And I didn't know at that point in time that I actually had a fan base and I had a following of people. It was a really surreal moment for me when I finally realized that people liked my work. People were collecting my Sherlocks. People were collecting my old spoons. People were going into stores and asking stores for my old work and buying it from stores so that they could have a peace of mind. And I was kind of oblivious to the whole collector market at this point. I mean, and like I said, that was only 2 years ago, not even quite 2 years ago at this point.
Yeah.
And so I called my friend back and I was like, yo, you want this piece? Like, what's up? And no answer. And I gave it like a little bit of time, and I finally sent text message being like, yo, I got a bunch of people asking. I'm going to see what's up. And so I was like, okay, well, if I'm going to sell this out from underneath the homeboy, I got to get more money for it. So the first person that asked, I started at the top of the list, and he asked me the price, and I was like, $2,000. And to me, that was like unheard of. Like I could not. I was just shooting in the dark, hoping I nailed something. And the very first person who grabbed it, it was Evan from Silica Gallery. And back then he used to go by Evan Bonghit on Facebook. And he bought the very first wormhole, $2,000, no questions asked. Boom, there you go. And I was just like, I was in like complete awe. I just paid 2 months rent for my house and my shop, and I had this month's child support payment.
Yeah, that's so cool, dude.
I was just like, holy shit. And then all of a sudden I was like, this is awesome. I can make these to support myself so that I can make this production line, and then I can drop this production line, and then I can use these as kind of like I only sell direct customers, and I wasn't selling them to shops in the beginning. That was kind of my thought. I was like, I'll only do direct customers so I can get the most I possibly can. And so I made a couple more, and like it was about a 3-month period. I made a couple of pieces. And I had made a couple of the wholesale orders that I had wanted, but what had happened, which was kind of funny and ironic, nobody wanted the Sherlock rigs, the wholesale orders. So I had 3 shops back out on the orders for me because they wanted a wormhole, and I wouldn't give them a wholesale price on the wormhole. And I was like, I'm still experimenting with it. I want to see what I can do with this piece before I start sending it to shops. I was like, if you guys want these pieces, like I really appreciate you taking these pieces. And 4 shops backed out. They said if they couldn't get at least a wormhole with the order, they couldn't do it. And I was like, look, I had $5,000 worth of product that we discussed beforehand. I told you this is what you're going to get. And now that I came out with this new product, I'm not going to make the new product for you. You're going to get what you ordered, what we agreed upon. And that didn't go over so well. So it left a little bit of a bitter, sour taste in my mouth dealing with shops.
Yeah.
I remember the days really vividly because it was a super stressful time in my life. April 24th, I woke up in the morning and decided that, or actually it was about a week before the 14th, I woke up and decided I was taking off out of town. I couldn't be in Bellingham anymore. It was just interesting. It was like my old shop was down the street. I'm roommates with people who work at the ship still. I'm working in my own studio. All my friends in town. It's just like this weird period for me. So I was like, I want to leave. I want to figure out my space I want to find a spot. I'm still kind of in the same hunt. I've been on that hunt for a while.
Yeah.
I had talked to some friends of mine, Mr. Gray. I was going to go visit Mr. Gray. And I had talked to Blueberry and Sleek down in Portland. And I had talked to Cowboy and Marcel in Eugene, and I had planned out like a 6-week road trip. And so on April 24th, I woke up that morning I had everything packed into my car, ready to go. And I grabbed the dog, and I filled up the gas tank, and I had $50 left in my pocket. And I had $10,000 to $15,000 in wholesale in cases full of product ready to sell. And I knew I was doing it. I was out of Washington. I'm going to go see where I can go and what I can do. And when I left, I went to Portland first and worked with those guys. And Sleek was my very first collab with the Wormhole. And we posted, they showed me Instagram. I remember this because I hit 1,000 followers on April 25th. And I was like, whoa, guys, I just got 1,000 followers. And they were like, you should do a giveaway. And I was like, what? And they're like, because I was new to Instagram. Like, I had put like 7 or 8 posts up before this. So I didn't even understand how I had followers. And they started explaining it to me, and they kind of taught me how to use social media, more than glasspipes.org
right.
and Facebook. And so at that point, I wasn't watching television. I wasn't playing video games. I was blowing glass really hard every day, 16 hours a day, every day, sometimes 18 to 20, just trying to get ahead, just trying to get this shit figured out. And when I did my first giveaway on April 25th, and I gave a Sherlock away, and then I was just like, I turned Instagram into like it was my video game. It was my, how many likes a day can I get for this photo? How many comments can I get into, like, for these pieces? And I started kind of feeding off of that. And which I feel a lot of people do in social media, whether they want to admit it or not.
Right.
I started getting really excited about, like, hearing back how people loved this new collab or that new collab. And it was really fun to be, like, selling work that way. When I came home from my 6-week road trip, I was like, I'm out. I had like 3 months left on my lease, and I was like, I got to figure something out. So I ended up finding someone to sublease my apartment for me, or sublease my bedroom and the house for me. I put everything into a storage unit, and my goal was to find a new place to live. I was going to find a shop to be at, and that was my goal. And I decided that I had this amazing opportunity because I'm friends with so many people in the industry over the years, going to these trade shows, and just, you know, as the employee of a really big shop or a big company, a lot of people that had big names that I had known really actually reached out to me and like talked with me and got to know them better. And because they respected the work that I was doing. And it was really cool. And I had all these friends on the East Coast, from Decon and Germ Lion, going back and forth to Philly for years. And they were all like, come out and visit us, come hang out. So I took 11 months and I went to every city in the country I thought I might want to live in.
Oh, that's badass.
And yeah, it was this awesome opportunity. It was like me and the dog. And at a certain point, I got some friends to watch my dog for a few months, so I could so I could fly out east and do those things. And right at that time, all this was happening. I got asked to be a part of Pipe Classic, and I was like, "Sure, I've never been in a competition. What do I got to lose?" And so now I had a goal on my road trip. It was to get to Vermont at this time to compete in this competition, but I had no idea what I was going to make. So I bounced around, traveled around, came up with some ideas, hung out with Kurt B at his studio where I did my practice runs. And the whole time I was just really into the social media. My following was getting bigger and bigger every day. I was just like watching it grow. I went from I actually had it all mapped out. I went from 1,000 followers April 14th or April 24 or 20. Yeah, April 24th, 2014. I had 1,000 followers on Instagram. April 24th, 2016, I had 39,000 followers that I had gained. I was 500 away from 40,000.
Jesus, dude,
So
that's
I
amazing.
gained almost 39,000 followers in a 2-year period off of just being me and living my life and having people get interested in it. And it's very surreal. It's super crazy to think that, like, you know, someone from a small town in the middle of nowhere without a high school education, you know, 2-time felon with a 19-year-old child, was like, all of a sudden, like, people are following, people are like interested in what he's doing. Like, it was overwhelming for me, to be honest.
Yeah, man, but you know, if you look at your journey though, so like up to this point, you definitely put the work in though. I mean, like you put out yourself in the right circles and the influences, and then I mean, like you said, you know, you went with Mothership, you went there as an employee, and you didn't go there. I mean, you were an artist, but you were still an employee, and you understood what your fucking role was. If you wanted to be there as an artist, it wasn't going to work, and because of that,
that's one of the things that I don't think a lot of people understand, is like knowing your role when it comes to those things.
Yeah, you have to.
I probably wasn't, to be honest, probably the best employee. I'm a little headstrong and stubborn, and I like to argue from time to time.
It's all good, but you lasted long enough.
So yeah, we butted heads a few times, but every time it was always like, at the end of the conversation, we were friends and we were able to like go on.
Mm-hmm.
Even still to this day, like, Jake and Scott are my brothers forever. Like, I love those guys. I love seeing them at the shows and just watching. I've watched their kids grow up. They've been a huge part of my life. I will continue to be a part of their life. So
yeah,
it's one of those awesome ones.
Yeah, it's amazing.
But that's definitely, like, I find a lot of people, what happened was with that whole social media thing is there's a lot of, like, everyone seeing us blow up. They see that this is the product that you make that sells. They didn't see the groundwork that went into getting your name built to where that product was able to sell.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
And that's a lot of times, like, as much as it is the artist that, like, kind of, like, sets his prices and does that, it's really, I've learned that our price points and all that is really determined off of our collector base. They have really set a lot of our prices. And sometimes it's not always, you know, in everyone's case, the most beneficial thing. Sometimes it puts you into a price point that then makes you unobtainable for the majority of collectors. But they still want to be into your stuff, so you got to get something for them.
Yeah, exactly.
But yet you're not making anything in their price range. So the most logical thing to do at that point is go for clothing. You start branding yourself. So that was why I came up with the suspenders. I had hurt my back and went to a doctor and was complaining about all these sciatica issues I was having. And he just took one look at my baggy pants, my tight belt, and said, "Take that belt off, put some suspenders on." I was like, "What?" He's like, "Try it out for a week and come back." I tried it out. My left leg would go to sleep in 5 minutes if I sat down. My belt was so tight, pinching on my nerves, I found out.
Huh.
So putting these suspenders on, I had this, like, free momentum. My sciatica wasn't getting pinched all the time. Like, even wearing sweatpants with that little bit of pressure messes with me. And so I switched over to suspenders, and it's been about 9 years now. So 2014, I was trying to figure out how to brand myself. And I was like, I don't want to make a fucking t-shirt. Every time I make a t-shirt, I put on a pair of suspenders, and this cool image that my buddy just spent all this time to make is now obscured with these suspenders. So anytime someone wants to look at the shirt, I have to, like, straighten up and, you know, like, move the suspenders
Right.
down.
Yeah.
It's an ordeal. It's not what I'm trying to do with my life. So I was like BSing with a buddy of mine, and I was like telling him my dilemma, and he's like, just make suspenders. And I was like, I can do that. I was like, whoa, I myself actually can do this. I can reach out to this company and have my logo and put them on there. It was like this crazy epiphany to me that it was like, whoa, I can actually do this. Like, oh, sweet. Like, instead of asking someone else to do it, it was like, I can do this.
Mm-hmm.
And so I did some research, and I found the only company in the U.S. that makes them. And I got my first pairs made, and it was awesome. They sold out right away. I was so stoked. I remember walking into, I think it was Vegas. I took them to Vegas, and I sold out like immediately. I was like, dang. I was having people, I posted them online, and like, people started ordering them online. And I had to get an assistant at that point to help me with shipping, because I was spending so much time dealing with shipping these suspenders and taking away from my glass. So then I was like, oh, I got to get back to glass. That was a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun trying to figure out how to brand yourself.
Yeah, it's a great idea though, man.
Really,
it's killer.
really expensive too.
Yeah, I could imagine. So yeah, it definitely is. Have you gotten feedback from anybody though that wears them, that has said that this helped?
Oh
them?
yeah, we love them. My number one selling point is Bob Snodgrass rocks them on the daily.
Right on. Hell yeah.
And to me, that's the coolest thing ever. Like, to have the guy who really started all of this, you know, he's stoked every time he sees me. Like, even if he has a shirt on, he'll like lift up his shirt and be like, got him on. Every time
that's amazing.
He rocks them tougher than anybody else. And that's like, I always make sure anytime I see Bob, I make sure he has a fresh pair. If I get a new color out, I make sure Bob gets it right away. I just did American flag ones this year, red, white, and blue. So I had to make sure at DFO I got Bob a fresh pair of those, and he was stoked because he got to go to the Dead show wearing his red, white, and blue, his American suspenders.
That's gnarly.
Yeah, that's where, that to me is like the coolest part. And it was really funny because one of my buddies, Greg from Trident, made a really cool comment. He's like, man, I've been supporting myself for years on pipes, and now it's great because my pants can get supported by pipes too. And so it was just like this really funny play on words. But
that's funny.
It made me feel really good, and it just brought like a new thing into like what I was doing. I was like, wow. That's just like right up until 2015. 2014 was crazy at Pipe Classic. I came up with a really fun design. I thought it was a elephant wormhole, but the trunk went through the donut, and then on the side of the donut was the ears. But I made the elephant holding a mini tube, and it had one of my Sherlocks for the slide. And I was super proud of it. It's one of the biggest pieces that I had made at that point. I made it a time restraint. I had tracking issues, and I powered through them, and it looked beautiful. Like, you couldn't even tell. I was so proud of this piece. And we put it on display. And the cool thing about Pipe Classic is when you display your pieces, you get to stand next to your piece, and you get to tell the person what the piece represents to you. So I filled it full of water, and I hooked a vacuum pump to it. And that way people could see the function and see what it was actually doing.
Yeah, it's smart.
Because otherwise I had to bend over and take a pull off the piece every time someone walked up. That's a lot of work to do and talk. So I was displaying it. I was really proud of the piece. Told everyone what it represented to me. It was kind of like a play on Dumbo. My goal was I wanted to make a pink elephant. And I wanted him to be drinking off of a beer bottle. And I was going to make a little circus hat for him with a feather dabber. And that was my mind was I was making Dumbo the pink elephant from the Disney movie that I grew up with and loved. And I was completely heartbroken because I couldn't get pink in tubing. And there was no way that I could do this project without having pre-pulled tubing. I just couldn't coil pot it in the time restraint. And Troutman Art Glass at that time was making the pink lollipop and the purple lollipop, and they were calling them transparent pink and blue, but I was calling them tranny pink and tranny purple. And I made the mistake of saying that in public, and then it got posted all over line. I was like, God. Oh, you're it. No, guys, we're not really calling it that. So that's when they deemed it lollipopping.
That's fucking hilarious.
Yeah. But it was funny because it was like a whole bunch. It wasn't just me calling it. It was like a whole bunch of people calling it because that was the way it would show up on our labels.
Oh, yeah. I know what you mean. Yeah, totally.
So you're like, just started this funny joke. And so I was talking to Jenny, and she's like, she pretty much peed in my cornflakes and told me that she couldn't give me pink tubing. And I was devastated. And she's like, but we do have some purple. And I was like, what? She's like, we haven't released it yet. Like, you know, if you want, you tell me the sizes, you know, that we can get that pulled for you in time. And it was just like a thing of they would have done the pink for me, but they didn't have the pink pots ready. So I was like, all right, let's go with purple. I'm going to have to rethink this. And I was like, well, the really great thing was purple's my favorite color. So I was pumped about purple because I really like purple. And then I started thinking, I was like, I can't do a purple elephant drinking on a beer bottle because that's not going to register with people. Even though I doubt that the pink elephant drinking on a beer bottle would register Dumbo with half the age group that was at the show.
Right.
So I was kind of like stumped. I was like, oh, what to do? And I kept looking at the piece, and then it just kind of came to me. I was like, I should just make a mini tube. I was like, you know, kind of use the elephant. You know, the wormhole was like the new design I was doing, but then the sculptural aspect of the elephant was completely away from my normal style. So I wanted to bring something that was my style into the piece, and I was really into fume work. One of the techniques I was known for at the time was, and still am, is for this one spin rake pattern that I do. And I decided to make a mini tube in one of my Sherlocks to go on the piece, and I practiced, and it worked out great. By having the mini tube in the front, it made it a double bubbler. So
interesting.
It's like the mini tube had a downstem, it perked in the mini tube, and then it perked inside the body of the piece. So that was why I had the air running through it, so I could show this and explain to people, you know, that the purple elephant, where my idea came from. I was like, it was going to be like childhood pink elephant, but I went purple and kind of gave the same spiel, and everyone loved it. And I got second place, which was fucking awesome. It was kind of funny because I was like, all just not knowing how to be around people in a big crowd like that when competing, and just not dealing well with crowd in general. I was just like, I was next to the door. I was ready for this to be over. Like, I'm ready for this to be over so we can go like hang out, go get high. Like, I'm tired of this award ceremony shit. Like, let's get out of here. And they called my name, and I was just like, are you what? And they're like, second place, come on up, JD. And I just remember like looking to my left, and Jock and Elbow were both right there, and they're really good friends of mine. And they were like pushing me up to the stage and just like giving me a pat on the back. And I won a new torch, and it was just like the craziest moment I ever had. Like I couldn't believe it. Like I really could not believe that my piece won over some of the other pieces in the show, because they were amazing. and it was super fun. That night, I watched my piece auction off I watched my solo auction off for more money than I'd ever sold a piece for.
Amazing.
And that was $4,200. And I was just like, I was dumbstruck. I didn't know what to say or do or anything besides just grin and nod, smile and nod, man, just smile and nod. It was surreal. And after that, I really wanted to do more than just make the same piece over and over. But at the same time, I wanted to make this piece over and over.
Right. I know that conflict.
I had just gotten asked, Micah Evans was setting up a class at Penland, and he told me about it, and I asked him if I could be a part of the class. And he told me to apply for this scholarship, and I applied, and I got accepted for the scholarship. And because I wanted to go down there and work with Micah and just kind of like, the dude's amazing. He's like one of my favorite glass blowers. He's another guy that like has been extremely influential and behind the scenes in a lot of stuff that a lot of people don't know about. You know, without Micah's designs, you know, there's a lot of artists that wouldn't be doing their style right now or their shapes and their perks. You know, definitely can say Mothership took some influence from Micah, and if it wasn't for some of his designs and Swiss perk, a combination of the two, you know, the Fab one that came about. So to be able to take a class with Micah in a concentration setting was amazing. It was like the opportunity of a lifetime.
Yeah, actually, I had him on the show. Like he was on like 6 months ago and talked about that. Had mentioned you being in the class, and he was telling me the caliber of the students that were in there. It was just like the first actual pipe class.
It was
like fucking crazy.
It was really fun, because I knew everybody except I knew most of them.
Mm-hmm.
I knew all but like 2 or 3 of them, but even then, I knew their work. 2 people in the class I had no clue of. Mongrel, he now works at Dream Labs. Named Jack. He is an amazing glass blower, a super awesome person. Really, really stoked on the 2 months I got to spend with him and get to know him. And at that time, before the class, what was really crazy about before the class was we're like, Micah's figuring out the students for the class, and he would call me every once in a while and ask me about somebody, and I would tell him, be like, yeah, that guy's awesome. He's super good at good with people, because I traveled and I knew everybody. So Micah really valued my opinion when it came to like helping to have a class where everyone's going to be like copacetic with each other, you know.
Mm-hmm.
8 weeks with the same people, it's a long time. And it's just really interesting. So at that period, I also got asked to do my first solo show with Emerald Glass Gallery, and I didn't really know what to do or how to do it. And at Penland, I came up with the idea on how I was going to do the show.
Cool.
I had realized that the wormhole was a canvas. You know, it was a design that I made that I could use it as a canvas. And I had watched Coil do this previously with the Moneys.
Yeah.
And if it was like, Coil really opened up the door for this for me and for a lot of other people. Taking a design, taking a piece, and not being limited with it to its shape. So yeah, you can use the same shape over and over, but if you're making it with somebody different every time, it's a different piece. They're all different. They're not the same. They're unique. And if you do it by yourself, every one you do by yourself, you make that one different than the other one. So you're always decorating your canvas differently, and you're evolving your own personal work. But at the same time, you can work with an array of artists. So when I left Penland, when I was at Penland, I made it my goal as I made a collab with everybody in the class for the show. couple people, the pieces didn't work out. Then I spent the next 3 months traveling around the country, working with people to make pieces and saving up pieces for the show. And I spent a month at my house, so 4 months. It was actually about a 6-month period that I cut off sales to get ready for the show, which is one of the craziest things I've ever done. Not having money come in for 4 months or for 6 months is insane.
Yeah, it's scary.
If it wasn't for Emerald Glass Gallery sponsoring this endeavor that I went on, and he would help me out, because the other one is it's hard to talk an artist into saving something for 6 months.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we're all trying to get paid. We're all trying to paycheck to paycheck. So to talk these guys into saving pieces sometimes wasn't doable. So I would cash them out. And I had Emerald Gallery cash out a bunch of pieces. And I even took a withdrawal from them before the show, so that I could pay off all my bills and get everything squared away to have the first show. And that was intense, because by the end of it, I had 49 pieces made with 37 different artists.
Wow, that's fucking awesome.
It was 37 or 38 different artists. So there was just like, we had sculptural, we had fume, we had, there was just so many pieces. And the whole moment was like, the whole experience was extremely surreal. At the very end of getting ready for the show, I was sleeping in my studio. I'm kind of doing that right now. I have a fold-up cot, and I would work until I got tired, and I'd pull it out, pass out in front of my torch, and when I'd wake up, I would just go right back to work. I was having people bring me food to the shop. I literally chained myself to my torch and did not walk away from it for almost 3 weeks. It was insane.
Yeah, it's intense.
I was having an artist come through every other day. I would have someone flying in from out of town to work with me. And the only time I would leave the shop would be to go get food and come right back. And the lucky thing for me is where my studio is right now is in the heart of the Alberta Arts District in Portland, Oregon. So when I walk out my front door, I go 20 feet, take a left or a right, and I got 30 choices of food.
Wow.
I've never been in a shop in the country that has as many choices for food within a 6-block walk.
That's amazing.
As my shop.
I'd be 400 pounds. Holy shit.
Oh, dude, I put on 25 pounds. It's horrible, but it's great. So, like, that was some really fun. Those were, like, some fun moments. And I tried to, even though I was working hard, really take moments to, like, soak in the experience and, like, have fun. And one of the things that I did on getting ready for that show, and I haven't seen too many people do it, and for me, it was what made it really fun, was how do you promote something but not let anyone see it?
Yeah.
Because I didn't want to. I have this thing, and a lot of shops and artists do this right now, and it bugs the hell out of me. I go to art shows for a painter. I know about the show for 3 months. I've seen one piece that the artist made. So when I show up to that art show, everything that's hanging on that wall is fresh. It's new. I am one of a handful of people that are the very first people to get to see these pieces hung in a gallery. That's an amazing moment.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I made it my goal, and when I started doing my shows, I was like, I'm not going to show anyone anything. I want to do this like a true gallery. And I talked to Emerald about it, and Emerald was really hesitant on it because he's like, how am I supposed to hype a show for you when you won't send me photos of the pieces so that I can hype it? And the artists were saying the same thing, like, how are people going to know the pieces are there if you're not showing them off and letting them know? And I was like, I'm doing it, and I was showing photos of us working on the pieces. I was showing action shots of that artist, and then like in between shots of the piece getting made, like just little up close piece shots of the can or a marble, or I put the piece up right and I get a silhouette of the show thing. So I give people just enough that they wanted to know what was happening.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
it created it created the hype.
Yeah.
Because everyone wants to see what's going on next. It's like they want to be part of the new thing. And if nobody knows what it is, then it's like you're on the same playing field with everybody. So it's in your best interest to get to the show first. Because if you're first, then you get first choice.
Yeah,
no
exactly.
brainer.
Yep. Smart.
So, and it really paid off well. Because, I mean, at the opening of the show, I think we sold half the pieces. Or we sold 24 pieces opening day, and then Reed ended up selling the rest over. Emerald sold the rest over the next few months, which was nice because it was like a steady flow of income coming in for me. And during that time, I'd made like, you know, my most expensive pieces ever. And when one of my solos sold, I was just like in this complete dumbfounded awe, like glowing moment in life where I'm just like, I'm now able to like, at that very moment, it was the first time in my life I ever broke even. I was able to go back and pay all my back child support. I was able to pay off my student loans. I was able to like take care of all my bad debts. And for the first time in my adult life, I was at zero.
Yeah, bro. Congrats. That's fucking awesome.
That, thank you. That to me is a huge accomplishment. Like,
yeah, it is.
I was, you know, pretty down with a lot of that stuff. And California has a weird thing with child support where they have interest on it, so it stacks. So it was like to a point to where it's like, I've paid, 31 years of child support, and my daughter's 19.
Wow. That's fucking, yeah, I thought Florida's child support laws were fucked up. That's crazy, dude. Holy shit.
Yeah. I had to, in one lump sum, take almost my whole earnings from the show and give it all away in one chunk.
Yeah.
But then I got to walk away with my head up.
Yeah, exactly.
It was the most amazing feeling ever. And that's also one of those things where everyone in the industry sees, like, you make a lot of money real fast. And they're like, he's making money, he's doing good. And they don't know the behind the scenes. They don't know the, like, what it took to get to where you're at. And, like, how many times did you sacrifice, you know, doing something for this or that. And it was crazy because I, you know, for the first 8 years of my daughter's life, I was crazy. I didn't know where I was going. And then 4 years into it, I found glass. And then 4 years later, I was able to actually support myself and then, you know, didn't miss a payment for 10 years. But I wasn't able to pay the back. And that bit me so hard that it was quite the crazy moment. But from that moment, I had bought a round trip ticket to Spain because I had talked to Slinger after the show, and he'd given me a congratulations and told me how proud he was of all the hard work I did. And he told me about he was going to the European Flame Off, and I was like, wow, that sounds awesome. I'd love to go. And he was like, get your passport and you can go. I was like, oh, that's all I got to do. So I grabbed a passport and I took off and I backpacked around the country for 2 weeks and got to have these crazy fun experiences, Salvador Dali Museum and all kinds of fun stuff I could go into. But it was that crazy surreal moment. And when I came back, I had to get ready for my next show. And I didn't want to have another show. I just wanted to go back to Spain.
Right.
I just wanted a break. But because of all of that, then the next show I did was at Honey Drop, and I kind of did the same thing where I used the piece as a canvas. And from that, I've kind of gone into now where I'm still doing it. I'm still using the wormhole as a canvas. I'm trying to restrict them down now to where I'm not making them with people I've already made them with. So if me and you have made a wormhole together, let's figure out some other designs. Let's make some mini tubes. Let's make some Sherlocks. Let's make some other stuff. Like, we don't always have to make a hit single. You don't always have to make a club banger. You can make that intimate John every once in a while. It's okay. So I've been really trying to only work with people this year that I haven't worked with before, or if it is with somebody that I have worked with, we're doing it a completely different piece than we've done before. Just so that way it keeps it fresh and evolving.
Yeah, it's smart.
Kind of, to be honest, I'm partially tired of making the wormholes. I've made so many at this point that they all kind of run together, and the whole scenario is just moving on. But it's hard because it's my bread and butter. You can't give up something that supports you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know what you mean.
And at the same time, I really love making new ones. I like making that new design, that new combo, using techniques that I wouldn't do. That to me is like the coolest thing, is two people coming together to create a piece that they wouldn't make without the other person.
Yeah, I think that's what's so awesome with our industry, and like it's the true collaboration of two artists coming together. Yeah,
and because of that, like I don't really participate in mail orders. I've done a few. I did 3, and as much as I love and respect the artists that I work with, it didn't. At the end of the day, it didn't feel like a collaboration. It felt like I was working for someone making a product. And so since then, I don't send my sections to anybody. I work with them in person. If today's not the day, next month might be. And I kind of just keep that as a level playing field, because I like the intimacy of the way my work comes out, doing it that way.
Yeah, makes total sense.
So I had to take a quick break.
Oh, you're good, man.
Yeah, this year's been really interesting because after all those shows, trying to figure out, myself and what I wanted to do, I got asked to demo in Spain for the European Flame Off fundraiser, and I couldn't pass that up. So I ended up grabbing Mike Rahman, who's one of the guys I took the Penland class with. I grabbed Rahman. We flew over to Spain and met Dosher and hung out with a bunch of all the European guys, which is just crazy because it's like the European market they're like 10 years behind us.
Yeah.
But at the same time, they're still making the same work as us. So, it's interesting because they learned off social media. They literally watched YouTube videos to figure out how we're doing this. But then there's just like certain things that they don't understand with bracing, with just like techniques and stuff. So it's been fun to go over there and like talk with everyone and like exchange knowledge, because I've learned a lot from the guys too. And the whole time all this was going on, I've been doing the whole JD's road trip hashtag and documenting everything really well on Instagram. Some friends of mine, we were all like joking around one day, and my buddy was like, "Man, kind of wish I could, see what it was like for you to go through all this stuff and do that. Like, it'd be cool if there was, something that showed me a window into your world, because like I understand." He's like, "I know you, and I know what you do." He's like, "But I don't quite understand it all." He's like, and we were just talking about like the networking with all the different artists and working with them and stuff. And so I started bouncing ideas around, about having a camera crew follow me for a little while. And I was bouncing the idea around, and I vocalized it to a couple of studios, a couple of friends, and they were like, I would sponsor that. And then I had to figure out, like, whoa, these guys would sponsor that? Like, huh. And this was like January. It was like February this year. I was like, huh, I wonder what I could do. And I looked into it, and I did all the math for a camera crew, and I figured out how much money it would cost to get the camera crew out, to fly them up, to lodge them, to feed them, because, you know, you're bringing them from their home environment to here, to put them in a hotel, so you got to feed them. It's either coming out of their paycheck or you are.
Mm-hmm.
So I gave everyone food per diems, like a $50 a day food per diem. Eat what you want, do what you want. I'm not responsible. But here's $50 to eat off of. So it was really nice. But I got all those numbers figured out, and then I created kind of like my own Kickstarter. But I didn't want to do Kickstarter because I kind of felt like Kickstarter's is like the modern day panhandling. I've watched it work really well for a lot of my friends, and I've seen it do some amazing stuff. But at the same time, every time I've watched my friends do amazing stuff with Kickstarters, and I've seen what people have done these really cool projects with, there's always this underlying tone when people talk about it, about how they ask for handouts, and, you know.
Yeah, absolutely.
It was just like this weird feeling, so I wanted to try to avoid that. So I created my package, which was like an advertisement fee. That was like all I had to offer. I didn't really know what to offer anybody, so I was like, I'm going to use my social media exposure. I got 40,000+ followers. You know, they're obviously paying attention to me. So let's use that momentum to help with my sponsors. So I started my package, and it was like, all right, you guys are going to get 2 social media shout outs a week, each personalized to you. You guys are going to get, like, you know, your name in the credits on the trailer and in the video. And this is all like, I don't even know how to fucking edit a film. I don't know anything about this shit. So this is me just like making up like what I'm going to give you. And it all sounded really good. And I talked to a friend and hired him on for a project manager. And so we're like doing all this stuff, and all of a sudden the camera guy that I had hired wasn't going to work out. So we had to find someone new. And then they were over the budget. So right from the get-go, when we started filming, I knew we were already over budget. And I was like, all right, it's going to be fine. It's going to work itself out. And it was fun. So we started off, I had AKM, Alex Ubatuba, Matt Atienza, Itai, Brandon Welk, and then my shopmate Todd Chili Ortega all work with me the first 4 days of filming. So we had 2 people. We have two extra stations in my shop. I had 2 people every day that we were working with and we were collaborating with, and we're doing interviews and talking. And like, I didn't know at that point what to expect with what filming was even like. I had never been on a film set. I had never done any of this stuff. Like I said, I don't have a high school diploma. Like I don't read and write very well. So like figuring out a storyline, like doing that and working with this director and doing all these things, it's all like complete foreign ground for me. And it was a lot of fun. And the whole time I'm like trying to support myself, and I had a full-time employee. Right now I'm in the middle of that. And so it was pretty intense. The whole raising money, basically like walking around. I called 20 shops, asked 20 shops. I kind of pitched it to him. I told him my idea. I was like, yeah, so like, this is my idea, and this is what I want to do. This is how I'm going to do it, but I need your help. I need your sponsorship, and this is the package I have for you. And I had set a goal of 10 sponsors, because those 10 sponsors would, by my mind, take the budget that I had made up. And like I said, I'd only taken into filming at this part into consideration. So I stopped when I got my 10 sponsors, because that was all the money I needed in my mind. And hindsight is definitely 20/20 in every situation.
Especially with filming.
Yeah, I would ask for 20 sponsors now.
Yeah.
It's insane. Because like I said, by the end of it, we were already over budget. Before we left, I knew we were over budget. But I also just, I've done so many things in my life on just believing and going off of my gut, and just, like stepping fully out of my comfort zone and immersing myself into it. Like, if I wouldn't have done that with glass, I wouldn't be where I am.
Yeah, exactly.
So I figured, the worst thing that could happen is I make a film. That's the worst, The worst thing is I make this thing and nobody likes it. But at the end of the day, at least I tried it and I did something that no one else did. And that's a damn good feeling.
Yes.
To know that that's like the mindset and what you're going at. So it's kind of like the same thing when you're thinking of a new piece of glass. You're wanting to do something that takes influences from everyone and everything that you came in contact with, but yet still make it your own. So, like, I just got back from LA dealing with the editors, and it's been a lot of fun. Like, at the end of it, I had to borrow some money from friends. Instead of asking for more sponsorships, I have taken on the whole editing costs myself. And they're almost equal to the filming costs right now, which is pretty intense.
Oh yeah, bro. I know all about that post-production. Like, when I first did this podcast, I was doing 30 hours a week just on post-production.
Yeah.
Until I learned it.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah. So I've gone through and we've been doing all this stuff. We did all the filming, but there was a lot of stuff that was like, I didn't take into consideration before the filming, that if I would have thought about it, I would have been a little bit more frugal, the 3 months leading up to the filming, instead of right then, now I have to make money right now. I took a week off before I started filming, and I made prep work because I knew I was going to be traveling for 3 weeks, going to different studios. So for 3 weeks straight, I just made as much prep work as I possibly could. And then when we started filming, I had all this prep for everybody, and I just hand it out, and we'd just be pushing through, making product constantly. It was a lot of fun. And the basis of the film it's called Vagabond, the American Pipe Dream. And there's link to it on my website, J.D.Mapelsden.com. And there's, it's also on Vimeo and on YouTube under Vagabond, the American Pipe Dream. When we started filming, we had an idea of what it was. I had an idea of what I wanted. And my ideas changed a little bit based on the content of what we got and the direction in which I want to see things go. So in the beginning, I really wanted to make something that was about the whole scene. That was about how amazing this industry is, and how, like, what it means to me and what it represents to me. And I didn't want to be like a standing image in the film. Like, I didn't really want it to be about me. I didn't want to be highlighted at all, you know?
Yeah, absolutely.
I just kind of wanted to be the one who made it happen, but not have to be the one with the spotlight on me. And learning about storyline development and learning about the way editing and all that process works. We figured out that if I wanted to make it about the broad spectrum of the industry, then this was going to be a project that's going to take me a few more, like at least another year or longer, because I'm going to have to get a bunch of backstory on different artists and do all this stuff. But then at that point, I'm pretty much doing another Degenerate, and I didn't set out to do another Degenerate art. You can't. It's so good by itself. Like, you can't ever, no one will ever be able to reproduce what Slinger got with that movie.
Yeah, exactly.
So we're left with trying to create something new. And then it goes back to that whole, like, how do you do something new that's different than what, you know, has already been laid out for you? And so I started watching a lot of, you know, documentary style shows and just documentaries and seeing, like, the way things go. And now we got like a really good direction that we're moving with the film. It's basically a 3-week glimpse into my life. The goal is to open up a window into the industry for people to take a look at and get interested. Basically get to watch me travel around and work with all these different artists. Find out why some of these artists are, you know, or who these artists are. Just kind of talking about the places that we're going to, DFO, Chalice. We're at Ziggy Smoke Shop working, and kind of just use me as like the catalyst that brings everyone around, because that's what happened. So now the whole thing's going to be basically about the trip and about how someone like myself makes a living, you know, or how I personally do. Like, you know, they followed me the whole way through the stuff. Everything we made on the trip, I also saved up. I've had it photographed, and I'm making a book for the film.
Cool.
So it's going to be, so on top of having the film out, when it's done, we'll have a nice coffee table reader that will give you like a little, they'll tell you what these pieces were made for and what it was, and that it's tied to this movie. And it was really cool to have that. Like, I think by creating multiple layers in this project, it's making it a lot of fun for people to pay attention to.
Yeah, it's a great idea.
And even for myself, because it's like, I'm not doing just one thing. And what's nice is I've stayed to my role. I'm really good at what I do, and that's blowing glass. I'm also good at having ideas and getting things started. I'm good at getting things motivated and moving. And once the ball's rolling, things are going good, then I kind of like to step out and just like watch stuff happen. And that's kind of the way it's been with the film. You know, with the editors, I get this idea going, and then I let him do his art, and comes back, and then I'm just like, wow. Like, he just, like, when he brought that trailer back, I was just blown away.
It's killer.
You know, the first time I watched it, I had goosebumps from head to toe and almost in tears, because it was, yeah, it harnessed what I wanted. It gave people just enough glimpse and a little bit of story to make them interested in what I'm doing.
Oh, dude, it totally covers it. Yeah, I completely agree. I was blown away by it.
Yeah, and the quality of the film, I'm still blown away. Like, I was there watching it get shot the whole time, and when I seen it for the first time, I was blown away. I was like, whoa, I'm making a movie. Like, holy shit. Like, this is like everything at that point. Like, even though I had filmed and I'd gone through all of that, none of it was real until the moment I seen that trailer. And when I seen that trailer, everything came into play, and I was just like, wow, it's happening. Like, we're doing this. Like,
yeah, it's amazing. Yeah, it's so cool. Do you have an expected release date for it?
No, I don't. We're still doing the editing. We're really hoping to have it out in March. We're hoping to have it released in March, but that's still a big if. So I decided, instead of trying to stress out and put deadlines on everything and make it all more stressful than it has been already, I'm just kind of letting it organically happen. I'm waiting until I have a hard copy in my hand before I tell people this is what I'm releasing it.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
Because otherwise it's going to be like, push it back and push it back and push it back and push it back. Like, we were already supposed to be done, I thought. But, you know, I also didn't know that you had to edit film once you're done recording it. Like,
oh yeah, then you got filler shots and voiceover. Oh, dude, it's an incredible process. It's something I love myself. But fuck.
Dude, I got sound engineers, graphic design guys. There's so many layers to it that it's mind blowing.
Yeah, it's amazing when you see a trailer at the end, or not a trailer, but like the credits at the end of a film, and it's like 10 minutes long, and you can really understand what goes into a movie.
Yeah, and that's the thing that I also realized is, like, I could do this faster, but that's more money. That's like more people, more money, more things to manage. And that's not what I have right now. I've pulled myself quite thin on this project. And luckily for me, I have some really amazing friends and an amazing collector base right now that really believe in the project that I'm doing and in me, and are helping making this project come to reality. It's cool. Like, being a part of this industry for me means a lot. Like, there's so many different aspects of it. The glass is one part of it. The friendships and the relationships that you have, for me, it's the biggest part of the industry for me right now, because I love the glass so much, but it's my life. And I'm lucky that I have this family of glass blowers around me that are like-minded. Like, we like each other, we think alike, we eat, we do all these different, we eat out, we do all these different things together that I don't see in other industries. I've never in any industry seen where your best friend's your competitor, but your competitor's your best friend.
Mm-hmm.
It's like going to the DFO, man. You're sitting there at the DFO and watching E-Tide blow glass against Phil Siegel, and they're best friends and blew glass in the same studio and learned together. And now they're like competing against each other, working in separate studios. So it's like, literally, like, even though they're competing, they're best friends. Yeah. I've never seen that in any industry. Skateboarding, even skateboarding, there's still a lot. Skateboarding would probably be the only industry I could see that in, where you would compete against your buddy, but at the end of the day, the competition really doesn't mean shit. Y'all just skated and had a good day.
Yeah, exactly. And if anything, being friends like that helps to push and drive you, because like we were watching Skin Wars. It's like a documentary on body, or not a documentary, but like a show on body painting and competition wise. Yeah. And they got to a point in the competition like where these two people, they had like a paint off basically to see who was going to win the round. And this dude totally just gave up because he felt like he couldn't compete against the girl. And I'm like, you should have been driven to be even better.
At least tried.
Yeah, like, don't fucking tap out, dude. Like, it's a competition. It is what it is. At the end of the day, you guys are going to still be friends.
Yeah, that for me goes into the feeling of failing will never be as bad as the feeling of wondering if you could have succeeded.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Well said, dude.
So, that always wondering, like, what would have happened if I would have, My only one that I have is before I started blowing glass, I was big into dancing and rave scene, and I thought I wanted to be a backup dancer. I wanted to be in music videos. I wanted to figure out how to be in music videos and on stage and, you know, be a professional dancer, like break dance. At that time, I was dating a girl who was a professional jazz dancer. She did jazz, classical ballet, tap. She taught dance classes and did all kinds of stuff like that. And she showed me, and I went to Seattle and applied to this dance school. And while I was waiting to see if I got accepted was when I tried glass blowing for the first time.
Huh. Fascinating.
So it was literally like the one that I have is like, I wonder what would have happened if I would have just accepted that, you know, would have went to school.
Well, like, how many people know that?
Then I look at this and I'm like, I have everything. Like my 18-year-old self would be giving I'd be just like dancing around in circles to find out that this is where I'm going to be.
Yeah.
You know, that would just be like, I make bongs for a living? Are you kidding me? Like, are you going to do what? I travel? Like, holy shit. Like, it's pretty cool.
Yeah,
like,
it is.
I definitely am blessed beyond measures when it comes to this, and really want to give back as much as I can. And that's what I'm really hoping with this film is like my way to give back to the industry that I've taken so much from.
Yeah. Yeah, dude, you're doing a great job at it, brother. I appreciate you coming on the show and sharing the story. I mean, fuck, it's been 2 hours. It feels like it's been 10 minutes. It's like,
oh,
I can say,
I'm
listen.
like, I'm sitting here being like, fuck, I should go eat.
I know. I'm like, I can sit here and listen to you talk all day. You're the first artist I've had on here where I just shut the fuck up. I've just been enjoying this conversation because, you know, there's so many people in our industry, young kids that, like you're saying, they don't see the hard work that goes into what we do. I mean, we're all going to be 20-year overnight successes. That's what I call it. You know, I'm going on 18 years now myself. I got about 2 more years, and then I'll be where I want to be. And until then, I'm going to bust my ass and keep working, you know?
Yeah, that's the thing is for me is it's like I don't think I'll ever be able to get to where I want to be because I don't know where I want to be.
Yeah.
All I know
can feel you.
is I want to be able to do this medium no matter what. And the thing that I don't think a lot of people understand is what you have to do sometimes to do it. Sometimes you have to take a job.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes you have to work for the man and make money and go in after hours and work this like your second job and like do that, you know. Sometimes you have to, you know, and for me it's like when it came to the point where like I needed to get a job was right when I was working for Swissberg. I'd honestly gotten into a little bit of a tuffle with the law and was getting in some trouble, and I needed to change my lifestyle. And I'd been blowing, and I had taught myself, and I'd been blowing glass up to this point, and I was like, this is, like, I'm already good enough that I can make a living at this. I'm friends with some of the biggest names in the industry. Like, I need to start doing something. But I was so in my mind that I couldn't work. Everything I made, I broke. Because it's hard to be creative when you're stressed out.
Yeah, it's so true.
And it's hard to, like, when you're trying to figure out your life stressed out, it's hard to travel. And to, like, that was how I sold my product, was traveling. It was very stressful.
Yeah, man, I preach that shit all the time on this show. Like, especially for the new kids that are starting. Like, you have to not quit. Like, if you have a job, don't quit your job. Keep working your job and do your glass on the side until you can eventually do it.
I had a job for the first 2 years I blew glass. But that was like why I worked for Swissberg and why I worked for Mothership. It was like not only were they opportunities to work in a shop and learn on some equipment that I wouldn't have been able to any other way, it was also the means to the ends. It paid my child support and paid my rent and gave me 20 hours a week that I could explore my own creativity. And that's when I started doing scene work. Like, I was so frustrated with like work. I didn't like it. My stuff looked like everybody else's. There was no diversity, or there was a lot of diversity in the scene, but a lot of stuff all looked the same to me.
Yeah, I agree.
And
yeah.
I wanted to do something different, but I didn't know what I wanted to do. And by taking the job, it gave me the opportunity to build my skill level up to my idea level. And I think a lot of people skip that, and they're just like, they have the idea and they just jump full force into it, and they're making it. They're learning how, and they're making it. But sometimes taking steps backwards and learning fundamentals through production work, really good hand skills, is good for you. And people don't like to hear that a lot of times. They don't want to make production. They want to make headies. Look, that's how these people made it. They make headies. That's all they make. It's like, yeah, but what about the production lines? I remember their production lines.
Yeah, and they don't see the production.
Everybody who is somebody right now, at one point in time, had a production line.
Yep, and probably still does. Of something, even if it's just pennants.
Yeah, it's turned into that their headies are their production.
Yeah.
They've gotten so good at making their heady work that it's almost a production now.
Yeah, it's high.
They know exactly what to do every time to get this desired effect. So, they're just using a lot more vocabulary.
Mm-hmm.
When I took a class from Johnny Coso years and years ago, and he told me that learning to blow glass is like learning to read. You got to learn your ABCs. You're like pulling a point, your cold seal, before you can put letters together to form words, which are like techniques, and techniques would be like ribbon canes or implosions. And then once you learn how to put words together, then you learn how to put sentences together, which is like, a short sentence could be like a Sherlock or a sidecar or a mini bub or a tube. And then like, hopefully you can do like some poetry, write a poem. Your piece kind of can be a poem in essence. It speaks for itself. You can set it down and it represents this moment in time or these things. And some artists like banjo are really good at that. Joe Peters, or Punny, a lot of guys are really good at like grabbing everything around them and putting it into this piece that represents this time. And that stuck with me for many, many years. And I think it's like one of the best advices is, you're not learning to blow glass overnight. This is like taking years, just like learning to speak and learning to read. 2 years into it, and you're like a fucking first grader, second grader learning to read.
Yep.
By the time you're 10 years into it, you're starting to develop words and sentences, and you're starting to get your ideas out there. Some people learn way faster than others, and that's awesome. But my advice always is to like learn your fundamentals.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't know your fundamentals, it's like drawing. Like there's a lot of guys who can do a lot of things, but they only can do that one thing because that was what they were known for.
Yeah, exactly.
And being diverse with stuff is the best thing that you can do. To be honest, I feel that that's one of the things I need to work on myself is being more diverse, creating more products, doing different stuff. So next year I'm doing my own solo shows, kind of moving things in a different direction for myself, to explore my own shapes and ideas that I want to do some more of, and kind of just build a body of work because I like to make a lot of different stuff.
Yeah,
I've only been making one thing for a while.
Well, I look forward to seeing it, brother, for sure. Because I'm in the same boat myself. Next year is going to be my year of exploration in my work, for sure. Like,
right.
No customs, no nothing. I'm just going to focus on just what I want to do. On top of, I have a whole online class I'm going to be launching in January, which is a fundamental class, so that people can then take the fundamentals and do whatever they want to do. Yeah, the first one's going to be a 90-day class, so it's like first month is solid, second month is hollow, and the third month will be a collaboration of both. So that way, if they go see a Dustin Revere video or somebody else online that has a video, they can actually understand it and not just be like, oh, I can do that. and then that's all they can do, like you're saying. You know, like how many people out there right now can just do clines? These guys can make amazing clines, but that's all they can do. Make me a wrap and rake spoon, bitch, and they can't fucking do it. You know what I mean? So it's
Most
like
of those guys don't want to do that though.
no, they don't. I know, and that's the problem.
But you got to think about it like this: like when you came into it, when we were coming in, you to be a good glass blower, you had to make wine goblets.
Right.
That was tell your skills. Let's see you make a goblet. If you made a really nice goblet, you were good. You know?
Yep.
And then it was like, how about reversals? Can you make reversals? Oh, reversals? Radicellos? Oh, you can do reversals and radicellos? You're good. You know, now it's like the cline. You make a cline, you're good. You make, you know, skulls, you're good. You do this, you're good. And it's a hard one because, you know, as an artist who comes up with a design, you know, when you see someone else making it, it's frustrating because you're like, I want to make this. Like, I'm trying to do this. Like, don't fuck with my shit. But at the same time, saying that doesn't do any good. Saying that actually is really bad. And it goes for these reasons. The person who just made that piece was inspired by your work. They didn't make that because they were trying to take the money you're making. They made it because they're truly inspired by that piece, and they wanted to see if they were good enough to make that piece.
Yep.
Because to them, if they can make that piece, they're good. And they are. They're good enough to make that piece, and that's amazing. And then the other one is when they made that piece, their best friend came over that day, gave them a huge pat on the back, told them how awesome that piece was, told them how much he loved that piece, probably even bought the piece. Kid may be selling the piece. He might not even be selling it. It could be an experiment. You never know. So getting on and saying something to someone about it is, to me, the best thing to do. Is it's like, in my way of blowing glass, I've taken a lot of inspiration from different people. I've tried a lot of stuff that I've seen others do. And I tried it. And then I moved on. So if you go after somebody who makes your piece and you're like, yo, bro, and you beef on them and you're like, step up to them and you're like, yo, dude, what the hell? Like, why are you doing this? Get your own thing. Do your own original. And to them, they're like, I put my wigwags, my colors into it. I did my originality. It's original. It's mine. Not what you do. I changed it by doing this and this. It's like, to them, they did it different than you did, even though it's still your piece.
Right.
But it's not. It's their piece. It's different than what you did because they're different than you. So instead of getting upset with them and doing that, it's like, either give encouragement or don't say anything. Like,
I agree.
Don't piss on someone, rain on someone's parade, because at the end of the day, they're feeling good about what they did.
Yeah, next thing you know, they're the next badass out there.
Yeah, and do you want to be the guy who, like, tells everyone what they're doing is wrong and that they shouldn't be doing this because it's yours? Or do you want to be the guy who's just, like, doesn't care and just does his own thing?
Yeah. Because
he doesn't need to worry about what other people are doing. When I was at the Micah Evans class, we had a guy come in, Tom Dyson, the guy from Dyson Vacuums. He's on the board of representatives of Finland, and he came in to our class and sat in and one evening hung out with us all and gave us a little bit of words of advice around a bottle of whiskey, and it made perfect sense. He told me, the minute that you start worrying about what your competition is doing, you're already losing money.
It's so true.
He said, don't think about what they're doing. They're trying to figure out what you're doing. If you're trying to figure out what they're doing and why they're doing it, you're losing. Just move forward. He's like, if they copy that design, make a better one.
Yep, exactly.
And it's, but to me, it's just like, I've had so many positive people, in my life. Josh World, he's one of my favorite glass blowers. He's been a really good friend of mine for many years, but he has this amazing ability to see the good in everything. And I don't mean just like the good in people or the good in like a bad situation. I mean that like he can pick up a piece of scrap off of your table that you're just like, oh, like ho-hum about. And he will pick the one spot on that piece that he truly likes.
Huh.
And then we'll show you this one part that's amazing on this piece. He's not telling you the whole thing he did is amazing because it's a turd. He looks and he finds the good in what you're doing and he points it out and he builds you up off of that. And when he walks away, he never told you a negative thing about your piece. He only told you the positives about your piece. So when you look at that piece, you no longer see these negative aspects of it. You see these positive things, and then you start striving after that positivity. And you start going after those good things that this guy just pointed out that were really cool to him and that you liked. And that might have been the one part of the piece that you liked. And from having him in my life and seeing him do that, it's taught me a lot about when someone shows you their work. You know, you can criticize it or you can like be stoked, find something to be stoked about on it.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to like it.
Yeah, it's so smart.
You don't have to like it, but there is going to be one part or one aspect of that piece that is good and that you can use as like a way to build someone up. And that's like one of the things that I really love about the guy. And, you know, I kind of wish I would see that more throughout the full industry of everybody. But it's hard. You know, it's hard to sit around and see people copy your work, or it's hard to see, you know, people copying your friends' work. And that's probably one of our biggest things right there is people speaking up for other people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man, I completely agree. There's so much negativity. I mean, it's not as prevalent as it has been in the past, but there's still a lot of horse shit and the trolls out there. So it's, you know, that kind of positivity is huge. And that's why I love doing the show. I mean, for me, this is a positive outlet where I can bring our community together. And, you know, like we just did a pennant trade and like maybe 94% of those that participated actually followed through. And I was actually pretty surprised that number actually followed through. But because those that got involved with it are awesome and they were all about it and being positive about it because they enjoyed the aspect of us getting together as a community and sharing it. And, you know, I got a pennant from a kid who's been doing glass for 6 months and I love it. It isn't the best thing in the world, but I cherish it because this kid has been doing this for a little bit of time and he put his heart and soul into it. And now it's a part of my collection. It's amazing.
That's awesome. Yeah, honestly, I've been getting a lot of stuff from collectors recently, or not collectors, but other glass blowers at shows, like marbles and stuff, where they're just like pumped on they're pumped on this marble, they're pumped to meet me. So, you know.
Yeah.
So they're all like excited to give me a marble, or you know, and I collect marbles, so I'm always pumped when I get a marble. I was like, "Fuck yeah, man! You gave me the one thing I love to collect." But fun. It's like I also have like this whole array of pendants, and it's like half the people. Honestly, I remember the transaction of getting the piece. Your name? Someone.
All right.
Hold on, I got someone.
Yeah.
What? Actually, I'm gonna have to go. I have my neighbor here.
Yeah, you're good, dude. Actually,
I might have to call back here in just a minute.
No, it's actually good timing wise. I was actually gonna say.
All right. Have a good day. I'll talk to you in a little bit.
Yeah, man. We'll be in touch.
All
right, man. Peace.
Bye. What's up?
Yeah. All right, cool. Yeah, man. 2 hours and 17 minutes. Crazy, right?
Yeah, it is.
It's awesome.
My dog's ready for breakfast.
Yeah, I'm sure you are too.
Yeah, we go to breakfast at this little spot down the street from my studio.
Oh, nice.
They make him up a little bowl of food.
That is so fucking cool. We got a couple spots here. I live in this little town called Dunedin. It's like a little artsy-fartsy town on the water here. And they have it like dog-friendly. Almost every restaurant is dog-friendly here. It's awesome. It's too cool. So, all right, man, we had a weird pause there from whatever. But, dude, sincerely, I appreciate you coming on and taking your time to share your story. I mean, literally, we just talked about 18 years plus of your life in glass, and man, so many things you said were so right on and positive, and just I can't thank you enough. I'll maybe pulling some quotes out of this for some future Instagram posts because they were just like,
No
it was like, dude, that's fucking so on point, and I'm just in my head thinking this shit while I'm just like listening to you. So I definitely appreciate you coming out and doing this, and look forward to the Vagabond, which I think is a hilarious, awesome pun name. It's freaking like the whole American Pipe Dream thing. It's just so good, dude. So congrats on that.
Yeah,
and all your
actually,
success.
the whole all the namings of those, I gotta give credit to my friend Chelsea. She was helping me out and working for me for the past year, and when she saw me getting ready for my first show, and just the way my work ethic and the way I worked, she came up with the name for the production company, Borrowed Time. So it's kind of like you're running on borrowed time. Every minute that you stand behind your torch, that you're not out living life and doing things, you're on borrowed time. You're on the time that the borosilicate wants. You know,
that's so funny. It's so true.
It's its own thing. So we had that going. We've been playing with that name for a side Instagram page for a little while, for all my clothing, and then when coming up with the film, we started talking about like the traveling glass blower, and then it just kind of popped up. Like we were like just bouncing names around, and she said that one, and I was like, yeah. And then I looked it up on Urban Dictionary, and it was a wandering bong without a home. And I was like, that's perfect.
It's hilarious.
So I actually need to go and update the Urban Dictionary to where it's a vagabond is a wandering glassblower, like a glassblower who peddles his wares, as in like, did you see that vagabond at the Saturday market?
Yeah, exactly.
So it's just kind of fun, just play on words.
That's hilarious.
And then American Pipe Dream, it's like a no-brainer because that's what we do every day. Like the American dream that our parents were taught in school and what we were taught in school. You know, you support yourself, you pay your taxes, you have a family, you do these things, and that's the American dream. And we're doing all of that, but with a pipe.
Mm-hmm.
And so we walk a fine line of, you know, what is legal, what isn't legal for a long time, and it's a lot different than it used to be.
Yeah. You're telling me, especially now here in Florida, we got medical finally, thank God. It starts in January.
Oh my God. I can't wait.
Shit,
I'll make going to visit so much nicer.
Yeah. Fucking awesome, brother. Well, again, man,
we're
crunched for time, so I'm going to pass on the quick fire round for you. So,
okay.
But I'm going to have like 3% of my battery on my phone. It sucks.
No worries. Well,
but,
thank you so much for having me on today. If anyone wants to find me on Instagram, it's J.D.Mapelsden. I also have a website which is J.D.Mapelsden's Glass or JDMapelsdensGlass.com, and you can find a link to the trailer for Vagabond, the American Pipe Dream there. Hopefully by this spring we'll have the announcements for the release party on there as well. When we do the release of the film, I'm doing a 200-person private showing so it's going to be a big fun event.
Yeah, it's all amazing.
And then hopefully I'm going to be able to take it to a couple places around the country to show off to people.
Heck yeah. That's awesome, brother. And I'll have all this information as well on your page on my website. Just go to wiseguymedia.com/137, And we'll have a big promo page on there for you and for the show, and I'll keep up to dates with you too on when things are coming out, and I'll make sure I keep the site up to date for you.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for having me on today, and you have a wonderful day.
You too, brother. Take care of yourself.
All right. Take care.
Yeah, man. Peace.
This episode of the Wise Guy Radio Show is brought to you by The Flow magazine. Since its inception, the focus of The Flow has been to provide a bond among members of the lampworking community. In every issue, you can enjoy great content with the hottest artists and cutting-edge techniques using the latest industry products. These features, along with the continuation of our Women in Glass edition, Glasscraft Emerging Artist Awards, inspiring gallery showcases, dynamic general interest articles, as well as health and safety information, make The Flow the leading international lampworking journal. For more information or to subscribe to The Flow, go to theflowmagazine.com. That's theflowmagazine.com. What's up, JD? Welcome back to the show.
Thanks for having me back, Jason.
Yeah, no problem, dude. It's been a little bit over a year since you've been on the show, and last time you were on, you were starting to kind of share your journey and your struggles and your stories and your big wins and all your intros and beginnings and stuff, which you can anybody listening to this can catch that up on previous. What we said, was it 131?
137.
137. Yeah, it's a good thing you know it. I should have read that shit down.
I just looked at it.
Hell yeah. But today we're going to talk about where you've been the last year. And again, you know, as artists, we all have our struggles and our wins and everything in between that. And you've also done a lot of traveling, and you had a film that you made and helped you financially put a ton of money into and produced, and have been traveling promoting that and stuff. And I'm excited, man, to get you back on the show. I'm glad our timing's worked out. And you're also the first episode for season 4, man. So I'm stoked on that, and happy fucking New Year to you too.
Oh man, happy New Year to you as well. Yeah, I'm super excited to be back here. This past year was a wild ride. Finishing up Vagabond was a lot of fun. There's so many things I didn't even anticipate that came up that you just have to kind of roll with the punches and deal with as they come up. So it was a lot of fun. Like I said, I think in the previous thing is I don't have any education outside of a GED. So all the filming, all the producing, all the editing, all of that stuff, I relied really heavily on other people who knew what they were doing, which ends up costing a little bit more than if you were doing it yourself.
Yeah.
So it was a lot of fun. Editing is one of the craziest things I've ever been a part of and watched. It was so much fun. And one of the coolest parts about this was going through all the interviews that we got and listening to everybody's old stories, like how they got into glass, like why they love glass, what makes their art so unique to them. So that was a whole lot of fun. It brought in like a whole new view for me, and like kind of re-sparked a kindle for love in certain avenues of the glass that I kind of had overlooked for many years. So that was a lot of fun.
Yeah, you know, when I went back and I've watched it several times since we last spoke, and I'm the same way, bro. Like I mean, you know, you go back to Degenerate Art, you know, but just the different things that have come out for talking. There's variations of it out there, but when I saw your piece in particular, there was a different perspective I got to see from other artists that wasn't just about like the party or whatever. It was about their soul and why the fuck is it that they're a glassblower. And for me, I resonated to a lot of it because I feel the same way. For me, it's not just shop talk. It's like something that I'm so passionate about that I'm gonna do till the day I die. Like, I mean, I bleed glass in a sense, you know.
Yeah, so, I mean, I'm definitely that kind of guy who's like, I can't see myself doing anything besides glass blowing. Like if I couldn't blow glass for myself, then I would be getting a job blowing glass for someone else, because I just want to be around the heat. I just like the fire. I like the heat. I like the intensity of the studio. I love the camaraderie of the glass blowers. There's a whole lot of things about the whole industry that I really it's really helped me become the person that I am. So I just love it a lot.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it's a different community than anywhere else you'll find. And that's kind of why I made the film. In 2015, I seen a lot of negativity going around. I see, and same starting into 2016, I seen a lot of like people worrying about like how much this person was making and what this person was doing, and not really focusing on like why they were blowing glass, like what it was about this that made them do it, like what they were getting into. I was watching guys get into glass blowing because they're seeing the money that people are making off of it, so they want to make it. They're making, knockoffs of designs start happening, and people are starting to get butthurt over different things. And I wanted to make something that cut past all that shit and kind of reminded us, like, why do we do this? Like, what is it about the glass that makes you stand for 16 hours a day in front of your torch, sweating your ass off, ignoring your life, and put all your energy into this? So that was like my whole goal with Vagabond, was to really like show people like it's more than just making a pipe. There's actually like a whole culture and a whole lifestyle that goes with it. And a lot of the stuff that we've done through glass pipes, it's pretty amazing. I just read today, the Armadillo made a post. We've raised $210,000 in the past 5 years for Meals on Wheels.
Fuck yeah.
That's huge. We're, as a group, the glass pipe makers are the largest contributors to the Central Texas Meals on Wheels. We're talking about, there's multiple billion-dollar corporations in Texas, and the glass pipe community donate more to help feed the hungry than any of them.
Yeah, that's so crazy. And I'm glad you brought that up too, about the whole, because it's fucking oil country out there, and there is a ton of money out there. And the fact that these quote unquote degenerate glass artists out there are philanthropists and doing such a great thing out there compared to these other corporations that are kind of maybe looking past it.
Yeah, we're it's really sparking people's interest in the community. Like, oh, what are these kids doing? Like, what's going on? And then you go straight to Michigan Project, and what Michigan Project is doing is amazing. Allison Keys up there, and J. Ross and Drew and all those guys.
Yeah,
they throw the best show. Like, it is a huge party with 60 glass blowers in one room blowing glass. They had big stage out there with live music this year. They had so many painters, and it was just so much fun. I've gone the last 2 years, and I'm definitely going again this year. It was just a lot. It's just so much fun to see everyone getting together. You get to see the kids walking through, watching the glass blowers, everything we make. We raised that money. I think this year we donated $100,000 to Art Roads Detroit, which brings art back to elementary school for kids.
Yeah, it's
so it's like, there's not a better reason to sit down for 3 days and work your ass off and like donate all your work than to have kids do art.
Yeah, yeah, it's so amazing. That's what I'm gonna be bringing them on this year on the show to talk about it this year, to help get the word out even more so, because it's amazing. I talk to people that don't know about it, and I'm like, dude, here's their Instagram page. Like, go see what they're doing. Look at these auctions, and
it's sweet.
It's amazing.
I get a lot of it when I'm traveling, and people are like, "Oh, what do you do?" And I'm like, "Oh, I blow glass." "Oh, I'm on my way to this trade show. I just did this show." And so I get to show people these a lot. And when we're sitting down when I'm sitting on a plane talking to some random person's grandma about Armadillo or Detroit or the Michigan Project, they instantly change their point of view about like, "Oh, you're a glass pipe maker?" And be like, "Yeah, I just came back from this show, and this is what we raised money for this charity." They then no longer look at you like a degenerate. They now look at you like, "Oh, I haven't done anything like that for the community." They then take into perspective about like how much that really does impact a community. So it's really cool.
Yeah, it is. And I think the core of our whole group of family of glass artists, I mean, it's kind of been spawned from like the hippie generation, who actually gave a fuck about what was going on in the world,
and helping people out and being activists and protesting and stuff. And I heard a quote today on another show I was listening to, and I don't know exactly what it was, but to paraphrase it, it was basically like a philanthropist is an activist who can afford to give back, basically. It's like, you can be an activist or a protester all day long, but if you're not out there trying to be successful financially wise, so you can be a philanthropist, you can actually take your action based on what you're trying to get out there and your perspective. And it seems like
Totally.
our industry is doing that. I mean, it's just the philanthropy going on. I mean, there's so many of us out there that are doing that alone. I mean,
there's a really cool when I was doing when we were filming Vagabond, I got to sit down with Banjo for a minute while he was working on the Divi for the glass alchemy class that him and Joe were teaching. And I was mic'd up and I was talking to Banjo. He threw out this analogy to me that was just so amazing. And I have the interview still on audio, and we'll probably release it one day, but it's just, there's so much background noise, it's really hard to hear it. But what he talked about is what the glass community represents kind of to him and how he saw it. And what he said is he saw it as like back when they started prohibition of marijuana, one of the things it was the intermixing of cultures was one of the big reasons why they outlawed it. They didn't like to see the dark skin with the light skin. And it came from the jazz. So the jazz musicians are smoking the doobies, sharing it with the impressionable white kids. And that's one of multiple reasons that led into prohibition. Well, from there, we then get into like the summer of love, like through music. You got the jazz music, and all the musicians are always smoking weed, doing this and that. And then from there, it turns into the 60s, and then you get like this summer of love, like all these people are smoking weed, the hippies come out of it. And through that, the Grateful Dead were born. And from the Grateful Dead, when the Grateful Dead was like this movement of music and love and all this great energy, and then as soon as it started getting into dark times, there's one guy that was a beacon of light named Bob Snodgrass that harnessed all the love and energy from the 60s, the 70s, and what the Grateful Dead was doing, and brought it into the glass, and then brought that into the glass community. And Banjo was saying to him that's what we're doing, and what we're representing is that love from the hippies. It's just continuing on through different dimensions. And he was saying that what we're doing right now will definitely help heal the world.
Hell yeah.
And then when you get into doing these charity events, it really resonates really heavily. So
that's amazing. And it's true.
Yeah.
That's so true.
It's definitely like an interview
goosebumps.
that I need to get up online so people can see it. And the way he says it, and how articulate he is about it, it's really awesome. And it makes you just feel it a lot. And you're like, you can understand what he's talking about, where it's like the music's what's bridged cultures for years.
Mm-hmm.
You don't need to speak the same language. You can dance together. You can sit down, two people who don't speak the same language can sit down and play an instrument, and they can communicate.
Yeah.
And we can kind of do the same thing with our glass.
Yeah.
We do it all the time with the Japanese guys. We've been doing it with some guys from Spain, different places. So it's something that is bridging communities, is doing stuff, and it's really an awesome thing to be a part of. And that's kind of what I wanted to show in Vagabond, was this multifaceted aspect of the industry.
Heck yeah. And it's beautifully shot too, like this, in terms of a documentary footage wise. It looks really, really nice.
Yeah, the director of cinematography, Galen Oates, is fucking awesome. He's such a nice guy, really good at his job. We actually found him because he was shooting promos for different festivals that my assistant wanted to go to. And she's like, I love the way this guy shoots. And then it was like, oh, he's a friend of a friend. Cool, we can get him as our fucking guy.
Hell yeah.
And then we had another friend of mine, Dylan, that came on, and he's awesome. He actually, at the time, was working for Warner Brothers Production doing cinematography. So he was on his 6-week union vacation, and it happened to fall right during Vagabond, and he was like, "Yeah, I'll come."
Hell
So it worked out awesomely. And then we had Pyroscoptic Connor. Connor's huge. He's been doing huge things in this scene for the past few years with all his documentation, photography of, the Philly scene. He fucking documents the shit out of the Philly scene because he lives in Philly.
Right.
Friends with Slinger and everybody. But just seeing all the different little movies he's been doing and, just out there documenting it. It's really important for us to document what's happening in this movement right now, because if we don't document it with our own words, we're going to get other people using their words speaking for us.
Yeah, it's well said. Yeah, man. So that being said, too, like, kind of to back up on this whole thing, like, at what point in time in 2015 or before that even, like, sparked this little light bulb moment that you had this this epiphany in a sense to want to really do this documentary?
It's hard to say. I don't like talking negative about other people or like the work that they do, so it's hard for me to talk about what really sparked the interest without sounding like I'm talking trash on it. But there was a film that came out called Flame Worked, and it was done by a guy who knows a little bit about glass from some friends. He had just graduated college or something. He had a camera. And he put a shout out online telling people that he was going to make a movie, and anyone who contacted him could get into it. So he made this, I think it's like an hour-long documentary. It's on Vimeo. And he put it out, and Slinger's the only person in the whole movie that I recognized. And I sat down and I watched this, and the footage was nice. The shots that they got were great. The story that he was trying to portray, I wasn't able to follow with because I kept getting lost in the conversations that the people were having, because it was like he did interviews with guys who were just he did interviews with your average pipe maker. And they're good interviews, and they're good points of views for like what they're talking about. But it's not when I watched it, all I saw was guys talking about people's different price points, why they weren't a big name, or some guy who's like blows glass to subsidize his income because he's on a fixed income. Like it was kind of crazy to me. And it was like this part of, it's like, we know this part of the industry exists. Fuck, I used to be there. But when I'm sitting there watching this movie that's going to be somebody's very first impression of an industry that I love and I care and I fucking want to show on its best foot, I watched it and I was like, fuck, man, if somebody doesn't step up and do something good and like do another Degenerate, but make something that's going to get out there like Degenerate,
right,
we're going to have a inflood of people coming into this industry that are going to be making a film without knowing the roots of the industry, without knowing more than just how to make a spoon, or, because it's, the production side of it is important, and the work that those guys do is important. And like I said, I'm not trying to talk down on anybody or discourage anybody from putting, hard work out there to make something, because it's hard to make something like that and put it out there and listen to people critique it. And that's why I say, like, I don't want to be sitting here talking trash about another person's work, because he did put hard work into it. He did make something that he thought was great. But when I saw it, it didn't resonate with me. And I wanted to make something that would resonate with myself and across the board. Because I look at it like this. As a glass pipe maker, we don't have a whole lot of things like stand up and be proud about.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we have one movie to show our family, Degenerate Art. I guess we have two. We have Flame Work also. If you want to show your family that, you can. But you got Degenerate Art. That's the fucking thing you get to show your family and be like, look, I'm a part of this. We don't that's why documentation is so important, is we need things to show people why, to validate what we're doing, not only with ourselves but with the community around us.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, like I'm in a neighborhood, like in an arts district here in Portland, Oregon, and I'm just the normal kid who walks in and I keep my head down. Most people, I just look right past me, but the guys in the community that know me, they're like, oh shit, he's the one who just made that movie and had the film crew out here. Oh, he's the one who's always traveling and doing this. And it puts a lot better look on what we're doing in the industry than being like the disgruntled guy who always has oxygen tanks blowing off in his garage and is fighting with his neighbors and this and that. So
yeah, totally. But it's also, for years and years and years, we were kind of packaged in with like the tattoo artists. It's like we were this shady, drug-filled community of a bunch of degenerates that didn't know up from down. And it's actually quite the opposite. I mean, I think the majority of the artists in our community are actually pretty educated, whether you have your GED or your fucking master's, but there's still some kind of, I don't know, it's a different type of person in our industry. Attitude, personality, you know what I mean?
So one of the coolest things from filming Vagabond that I learned was, so I have Galen and my buddy Dylan, who in between the two of them have probably done like 3,000 to 4,000 interviews in their careers.
Mm-hmm.
And at the end of the first week, after interviewing like 9 different artists, 10 different people, Galen pulled me aside and told me, he's like, I am so impressed with your guys' industry. He's like, this shit is fucking mind blowing. He's like, we're at the DFO. And he's like, man, he's like, we can use this competition as an example. He's like, it's your best friend. It's like best friends competing against each other. That, you know, it's like your best friend is your competitor, but your competitor is your best friend,
Mm-hmm.
which is like, you don't see that in a lot of industries or anywhere. So he was like blown away by it, but he was like, man, he's like, you guys are so articulate. He's like, when you get a glassblower talking, there's no ums and uns and likes and this. And that comes from when you have to think about what you're trying to say, you know, and when you can get 20 people in one space and every interview you do with them, they know exactly what they're going to say to you. They know exactly what they want and what they're trying to convey. And it's because we've gone through this bullshit for years of trying to explain to the person next to us on the plane,
what we do,
or to our girlfriend's dad, what do we do, that we became really articulate in explaining to people, what do we do?
Yeah, exactly.
What do you represent?
Yeah.
And so that was, coming into doing Vagabond, that was my biggest thing that I wanted to do, was, you know, represent this industry really represent it with the way it deserves to be represented. Because, you know, some of the guys went to college for years, and then like Gateson, dude, he's went to school for years, architect, stopped being an architect just to blow glass. You know, like he could have had a whole career doing other stuff, but he was like, the glass is what he loves.
Well, I think I agree. Go on. I'm sorry.
And there's so much of that. It's like, you know, a lot of us, when we got into doing this, there wasn't even a glimmer of hope about making real money, like being able to like one day buy a house, you know, that type of stuff. The goal was to be able to make a badass goblet that your boy could stare and drool at. You know, you might be able to sell it for $500, but there really wasn't that allure of the money in it. And it was a lot about just like, how can I make something cooler than the last thing I made? How can I make something cooler than that piece over there that I just saw that I thought was pretty sweet, but I know I can make it cooler and change it and tweak it so it's not knocking this guy off, but it's like, it's kind of like showing like, look, it's like the next generation. Everything was evolving. Everything was constantly changing. And that's what really, like, I fell in love with, like, just that ability to be able to, like, do whatever and not, it was like I had a full-time job to learn to blow glass. You know, I had to work my job to pay my bills, pay my child support, and then when all that shit was done, I could walk into the studio and blow glass.
Mm-hmm.
Now that there's money into it, I find a lot of people kind of aren't seeing that. They're looking at, like, you know, what this person make this year, you know, what that person make last year. Oh, they're selling these pieces for this much money. And it's like, why are you worrying about what those people are selling their pieces for? What are they doing? What are you doing in this industry? Like, what are you really doing this for?
Yeah,
like
dude.
I
I did a whole episode on that. That was this exact topic. Like, are you in this for the money? Or are you in it because it's a rock star thing for you, ego wise? Is it because you're an artist and you want to make a living doing what you're doing? But fucking own it. If you're making a pipe maker because you think it's cool, fucking awesome. But own up to that shit. Say, hey, I'm doing this because I think it's fucking cool, or I'm doing this because it fulfills all these other needs and wants and desires that I have in my life. Like myself personally, I have so many areas of my life in terms of careers that I've wanted to get into, from design and architecture, even being a doctor. Like my dad, growing up, my dad was always like, you have the hands of a surgeon. And here I am doing surgery on glass half the time. You know what I mean? So it's like for myself, and I see that. But fucking own up to it, you know? If you're doing this because your guy next to you is making $100,000 a year and you want to make $100,000 a year, fucking own up to it. And own that shit, you know, you got to. And then you'll be even better at what you do because you're not being a douchebag kind of lying to yourself or people around you of why you're doing what you're doing.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think it's cool to see that, especially to get the perspectives of all the other artists out there that can share that with the world, not just the community that we're in, but also people outside of it. Like you're saying, you know, like when you talk to your girlfriend's dad about what you do, it's like this little elevator pitch. You know, you got to make sure you know what you're saying, so you're not pissing them off. You know,
I mean, it's like every time you tried to rent a house and the landlord asks you, like, what do you do for a living? And you're like, well, you know, like I blow glass, I make marbles, I make vases, I do cups, I do this. And, yeah, I kind of do some pipes too. But, like,
exactly.
I just finally got the first landlord. I just moved into a new house, and I had the first landlord where it's like my shop is across the street and 3 doors down from my house. And when I go to meet the landlord, our first introduction, we're sitting down talking. He's like, what do you do? I was like, oh, I have the shop across the street. This place blows. And he's like, oh, that's great. He's like, what do you guys blow? And I was like, you know, I do a little bit of everything. I was like, and just kind of left it at that. He's like, you blow pipes? I was like, yep, I do. He goes, sweet, I own a dispensary.
Fuck yeah.
I was like, and then I was like, Portland rules.
Yes.
So it's the first time I've ever had a landlord where he's like, it's cool what you do. He's like, if you have to move into the garage to do it, he's like, we could figure something out. He's like, I'd raise your rent though. And I was like, I don't want to move into my house. It's fine. He's like, cool. He's like, I didn't want you there anyways. So it's awesome. I have a landlord where it's just like straight shooter as it gets. It's like, it's like, what's rent's going to be late 3 days. Tell me it's going to be late 3 days. If you don't tell me, I'm going to give you a $50 fine. I was like, all right. Yeah. Sounds great, man. So it's nice. I love the Oregon life.
Yeah, it's so different up there. I got some friends that moved out there recently, and they're saying the same thing. Like, they love it. From Florida, even, they came from, which is like the exact opposite mentality. You know, it reminds me, too, a couple weeks ago, I was on stage. We have our hot shop at Magic Kingdom, and I was just sitting there doing my demo, and everybody kind of left, and I heard somebody in the audience mention something about tobacco pipes as I'm doing my thing. I always ignore that kind of shit because I get people like, hey, can you make me a Mickey bong? You know, like that kind of dumb shit. And I'm like, yeah, Goofy Smoke Shop's around the corner, you stupid fuck. But I heard this tobacco pipe thing come up, and I'm like ignoring it, and then I'm done with my demo, and this guy's still standing there, and he starts talking to me about his daughter and her ex-boyfriend, and this guy was like a douchebag, and he starts telling me the story about him, and he ends up being a pipe maker, right? And I was like, oh, I'm a pipe maker, and it completely, like, I saw the look on his expression on his face going from like this kind of scowl look. It completely changed his perspective on the fact that, you know, I'm also a pipe maker, but I'm here at Disney doing glass on stage in the hot shop in a completely different, you know, environment. And we go to talking and stuff, and he opens his wallet to show me a picture of something. I think it was, he's like, hey, look what I do. And he ends up being a fucking federal police officer in Washington, D.C., which I thought was kind of ironic that I'm talking to a cop here about being a pipe maker. And we started talking about it, about the laws and the rules up in Washington, D.C. and stuff. It was like his whole change of conversation from his daughter's ex-boyfriend being a douchebag because he's a pipe maker to now talking about the laws and how the dispensaries and the legalization in DC is, but they still can't sell pipes in the dispensaries. It's like it's this whole weird dynamic they have going on, and they're trying to figure out on the law end the side of how to deal with these kind of things there. So it was fun.
DC's the wild west right now.
Yeah, that's what it seems like.
From what I've been told, it's they're going ham.
Yeah,
it's pretty comical.
Yeah, it's crazy. But yeah, it's always fun though to change people's perspectives, when you can talk to them about that kind of stuff, because everybody again thinks that we're a bunch of druggies and losers.
So right before I did the first viewing of Vagabond last year in San Francisco, March 30th in San Francisco. I had a final copy. I had like the final edition with me, and I was just like showing it to like a couple friends and this and that. And I was visiting my girlfriend at the time, or my girlfriend, I was visiting her while she was in Philly at the time, visiting her mom. And we showed her mom the film. And when her mom watched the film, at the end of it, she said, it was very nice. It was very interesting. She's like, I'm not into it. So, it was nice. It educated me a little bit. And I was like, that's cool. And she's like, it was enjoyable enough that I'd watch something else that was related to it, but, I don't know if I would search it out. So that showed me right there with this lady who had no idea about the industry that it was entertaining enough that she would potentially watch something else.
Hell yeah.
That meant that it was going to be a win.
Yeah.
When somebody who had no idea about the industry watched it and said I would watch something else about it, I was like, yes. And then I was excited to show my friend, or then I was excited to show the community. One of the most nerve-wracking things I've ever done was that first night of showing it. And I rented this place in San Francisco called The Chapel, which is an old church that's now a nightclub. And they have you got the floor area, and you got an upstairs bar. And then we had another bar that was kind of detached. It was like a separate bar in the other room, and we had all the pieces that were made on the road trip were on display there. It was the first time anyone got to see all that. I also made a book of all the pieces that were made on the trip, along with some photos from the trip that Connor took, or Pyroscopic took. And I tried to make it into a full experience where it was like catered, beer, wine was provided. If you wanted whiskey, you had to buy it. And California is a medical state, but you're not supposed to smoke in spaces. So we had to, like, before the film comes on, a couple people took some hits in the crowd, and I had to get on stage and make a little like, hey guys, can't do that, shake fingers at everybody. And it's like, fuck, that's not what I want to do here. But I got to for the bar manager, and we played the film, and just watching everybody watch it for the first time was like, every hair on my body was standing up, tears in my eyes, just watching everyone enjoy it.
Yeah, it's amazing.
And that was one of the greatest feelings ever. And to remember it and go back on that night and think about like all the hard work that we put in up until that night, it was really crazy, and it made it all worthwhile. I think I told you earlier, I had gotten in a car accident in January. So the end of January, the whole month of February, the whole month of March, into the end of April, I actually couldn't blow glass. My left arm wouldn't let me from a pinched nerve in my neck. So if it wasn't for the finishing of Vagabond, I don't know what I would have done mentally. I would have lost it. Like, I can't do the one thing I'm good at the one thing that, makes me me is going to work every day and working,
Yeah.
and that's not the mentality to have, because the glass blowing doesn't make me me. Me is what makes me. My personality is what makes my glass so great. It's not my glass is so great that it makes my personality good. It's the other way around. So, and that it takes a while to remember that. And so right as I'm finishing up this film, I'm having to take my whole nest egg that I saved up for and pay all these people. In my mind, I was going to be blowing glass and selling glass, and like that was going to be funding the finishing of the film. But it didn't work that way. So by the time I got to the film, I was running on total fumes. Like if it wasn't for help from friends, the film would not have been finished. I had a couple really close friends step up and make it happen. And for them, I'm eternally grateful. But it was one of those things where it's like, I had to learn how to ask for help too. Because that's another thing, is when you're trying to make something that's bigger than yourself, then you don't want to show weakness in a sense, even though it's not, by asking for help, because you just want to be doing it. So it was a very humbling experience, and it showed me a lot of really big character flaws within myself to work on. And overall, it's, like I said, it's the best experience of my life, and really helping me with interactions with other people and different avenues of business. So
yeah.
I'm super stoked on it. But and from there, it's just another thing. It's because it's like, now I finished the film, and it's like, what do you do with it when it's finished? You're like, oh, let's get it on Netflix. Let's get it on Netflix. Well, it's like, how do you get it on Netflix? Like, I don't fucking know.
Right.
So at that point, it was like, I kind of went off of Slinger's way, and I followed that and tried his method, and that was film festivals. So I entered it into 14 different film festivals around the country.
Awesome.
Short film festivals, documentary film festivals, everything. And did not get one response.
Huh.
So I got 14 responses that all said, this was a very excellent film. It was well produced. It was great, but we don't think the content would fit our festival. All 14 of them said that. All of them said that. And I went for DC Short Film Festival, Boston Short Film Festival, Philly Short Film Festival, Denver, San Francisco, LA, Portland. Like, I went for legal states. So maybe in my mind that they would be into. We entered Sundance, South by Southwest. I guess South by Southwest is the only one I still might be able to get into. And if we get it, sweet. But I think they've already sent out everything that they're going to. And I kind of just, at that point, I was, after November, and when I got the last one back, I kind of was just like, almost felt defeated. It was almost like a defeating, like, feeling like it wasn't good enough for, to be shown in these places. So it's like, now it's like, oh, do I try and get it on Netflix? What do I do? And I just made the decision to put it on Vimeo. I was like, screw it. I was like, $3 rentals. It's not that much. Everyone can afford $3. And the whole goal was just to see if, it could generate some revenue, maybe make some of the money that was spent on it back. Because it'd be like, great to go get DVDs, but at this point, I'm so busy living life that I don't have money to go buy DVDs, to wait for 3 months for, my initial investment to come back, and then wait another 6 months for the profit. Like, the film, as awesome as it was, it really mentally took its toll on me from not working and from showing the film. Because I went on like we showed it around the country 16 times. So I went to 16 or 15 different cities outside of Portland to show the film. And every time I'm going to do those, it's a lot of travel, it's a lot of food, it's a lot of everything, and always putting on a happy face. But it's like for a few months there, it's like I couldn't work. And then when I was working at half, like 20 hours a week. And it's like I'm still trying to live on a 60-hour a week budget, working 20 hours a week. So there's a thing when it's like when you're financially stable, it's easy to have mental stability because you're not worrying about shit. But as soon as your financial stability goes, you start worrying about everything. You start worrying about shit that you don't need to worry about. And it's really harmful for people to worry, you know?
Yeah.
I think I actually read something yesterday that made me think it's worrying is a waste of imagination.
Yeah, because all worrying is just like thinking about the things that in the future. Like I heard somebody say one day, like depression is like focusing on the events of the past, and anxiety is focusing on the events of the future.
Yeah, but using your imagination to create the worst case scenario within everything and doing all of that, it's just a waste of time. So it takes time to get that stuff back, and I got my hands back now, like where I can work. I still can't work by 12-hour days. I can get like a solid 8 hours of work done in 12 hours. I got to take more breaks nowadays, kind of rest, because if I push myself, then I can't work the next day, and I have to go to like massage and get chiropractic work and all kinds of other shit. It really sucks. I have 2 recommendations for surgeries right now that I'm trying to avoid because it scares the shit out of me. But that's, when you're thinking about like, how are you going to support yourself? Like, what are you going to do? It changes the whole way your work looks. It changes the way everything looks around you. So this film was a big one for me. It was like, it mentally got to me for a while, while I was waiting for all the film festivals, because I'm like sitting there showing the film around, everybody's loving it and everything's dope, and I'm all hyped up. I'm on this wave of just like awesomeness because everyone's loving it, and then I get this return letter where they're like, didn't get accepted, and then it just like wipe out, and then I'd be like, fuck, I got to get myself back up on that wave again.
Yeah.
So this year was a whole lot of like paddle out, surf in, paddle out, surf in, just in my mental psyche. So it was an interesting year, and it makes me really excited for this next year, because when I put the film out on Vimeo, it's done. The only thing left to do now is make a DVD for it, and it's going to do that itself. It's going to generate enough money to pay for its own DVDs, and then the DVDs will get taken to a trade show, hopefully by next year. And we'll go that way. But it's something that now I'm able to look past it and see where I am in this whole thing right now. Like, where am I? Like, what am I doing? Because it kind of took focus away from myself and my work, because I was putting it towards this project. So I'm having a lot of fun just sitting in the shop making little pendants and marbles and taking a step back, because I was making wormholes for so long, and the hype was there that I was selling everything and everything was going and things were going in, and then bam, physically I can't make that no more. I can't do it. And I've had to build my strength back up to being able to do it. So instead of being frustrated about it, I had to learn how to enjoy the little things. It's like, yeah, it sucks I can't make this big expensive piece that sells, but shit, I can sure make a whole lot of pendants. I can make all these spoons, and I can make some Sherlocks, and I can do all this stuff, and it fucking sells too. So
exactly,
it's like, it's not that big of a deal. The only difference is like, it's a lot more thinking, because it's like, you don't want to make the same thing all the time. You want to
throw different stuff together and have fun with it. So it's been enjoyable to learn how to kind of step back and actually appreciate what I'm doing, because there's that moment where you're like caught up in what's the next guy doing? What are you doing? What's the next big thing to make money on? And it's like, what's the thing that you don't care about making money on?
Yeah.
What's that thing that you can walk into your shop right now and make it, and you don't give two shits if it sells or if you get to sit and look at it on your shelf for the next year?
Yeah.
And when you can do that, when you're broke and you're struggling, that's when I feel that you've made it as an artist, or made it as like a glassblower, because it's like you're no longer worrying about what other people are doing. You're no longer worried about what the money you're going to make is. You're doing it because this is what you love, and that's art. That's everything else we do is craft.
Mm-hmm.
Until you have that moment of like, I just took a week and I was like, I'm going to take this week, I'm going to do this project because this is a project I really want to do. And my girlfriend was like, how much are you going to sell the lights for? And I'm like, I don't even think I can sell these things. Like, I'm not going to get very much for it. I knew I wasn't going to get much for it. And I was doing it just because it was something that I wanted to do. And it was like that best week of blowing glass that I had all year. And it was the last week of the year. So it was like, I was just like so jazzed on what I was doing, had so much fun. And it really just kind of like gave me that remembrance of like, stop worrying about shit.
Yeah.
Like, just do it because this is what you do. That's like what Buck's whole show was last year, that intrinsic, where it's like, just make stuff because that's what you feel like making. That's why I started blowing glass. That's why a lot of my friends started blowing glasses, because we could just make whatever we wanted,
Yeah, exactly. That's also why I've stopped taking custom orders. I felt like for the longest time, like for me, the attitude was the custom order is going to give me some new ideas to expound upon down the road. But really all it was doing was kind of handcuffing me to make what I wanted to make, in a sense, And so this year I'm in the same boat. Like I have my season of 2018. My word for this year, like every year I have a word. Last year was no. This year is consistency. And for me, every week I'm doing something, adding something to my plate in a sense that's going to be consistent. But for my glass, my whole theme this year is testing the waters. And it's also my new life that I have now that I'm at 41 years old and just recently gone through a divorce and relocated closer to my work and stuff. So I understand where you're coming from, dude, completely. And it's also easy, like when you go through all these years of just kind of it's not that you're coasting through it, but you kind of are when things are successful and you find your groove. And then all of a sudden, fucking hit the wall, and it's like, holy shit, like, you have this big wake-up call, and you're like what you've been going through yourself. I mean, besides the glass, but also with your documentary, like you have this, these ideas of, grandeur in a sense of where it's going to go and potentially could be, and then you're shot down. And then it's like, okay, now what the fuck do I do? But you understand, as you've grown in this industry and as a glass artist, because glass teaches us all this stuff, in a sense, is that all you can do is just pivot and evolve a little bit, and now you're going to with doing the digital version of your film, where anybody can watch it on your phone or fucking whatever. It doesn't matter where they're
we've
at.
had, I think this morning I looked and we're at 15 countries.
Nice.
It's been people have watched it in 14 countries outside of the U.S.
Yeah, it's fucking cool, right?
It tells me how many times each place sees it and stuff like that. So it's pretty awesome to be like, one guy in New Zealand watched it last night. One guy in Spain has seen it. One dude in Norway. One guy in Colombia. One guy in Chile. One guy in it really is just showing me how far this pipe is spreading across the world and like influencing other people. And it's just pretty sweet to see. And it's like, I think I'm at almost it was like at 800 views total. So it's pretty sweet. So I'm like, sweet, let's see where it goes. I'm supposed to be doing an interview with or a Skype interview with Now This media outlet. They do one called Now Cannabis, and then they do Now This, and it's just like a 2-minute little, or a minute to 2 minute little flash it's usually like something on the Dakota pipeline to something with cannabis to something with Bernie Sanders to something with cannabis, and they go all around. That's kind of like their whole format. They did the interview with Elbow last year, and it hit like I think almost 2 million views now.
Wow.
And I think this week or next week I'm supposed to do an interview with them. They're gonna put up they're gonna put the interview up with a link to the Vimeo site and see if we can see what we can get from there. Because it's like the more people who see it, the more likely it will get put towards a front page, or let's see. Because it's like, honestly, I would love it if this thing generated, let's say 30,000 people watch it. That's almost fucking.
Yeah, it's $90,000.
I think it. No, because Vimeo takes a little percentage of it,
right,
so
right.
Yeah. It works out to like, let's say $60,000.
Okay.
But at the end of the day, it's like, dude, that's $60,000 that I can then put towards a new project.
Yeah, exactly.
People are like, I want to see another one. It's like, well, you want to see another one? Rent the fucking film, show the film around. I don't want to be a dick like that, but that's kind of the way I am right now. No, but it's true.
Yeah, I totally understand.
I'm like, guys, look, like I raised up money from sponsors. I put everything I had into it. And if there wasn't a car accident, I'd probably have a whole different mindset about it. But as it is right now, I'm like, I want to do more. But the only way more is going to happen is if this thing generates its own income.
Mm-hmm.
Because the income that I'm generating right now through the work that I'm making, I can't put it towards a film right this moment. Like, I don't have that mental capacity. I have the mental capacity of making sure my daughter makes it through college this year. I got to make sure that tuition is paid. And it is a great feeling to watch her succeed in life. It's like awesome knowing that I'm succeeding in life, but to sit down and watch your child succeed is one of the best feelings that anyone can ever have.
Yeah, it's pretty fucking amazing.
So, yeah, and the film took away from that a little bit. It didn't take away from her succeeding. It took away from my ability to help her in projects. But it was fun to watch her figure out how to, get a new job and different things. So I wasn't paying for everything, but it was great. So I'm ready to just kind of sit back and see where the waters kind of take me right now. I'm really enjoying less is more,
Mm-hmm.
Making less work and enjoying life more is great,
Yeah, because it's so easy to be stuck in the studio, just like you're saying. You're going from 60 hours a week to 20, so now you have more time to enjoy life and not just being behind your torch all the time. And don't get me wrong, bro, like I love being behind my torch, but I also enjoy going to the park and walking the dog or whatever, outside of the studio.
I'm still trying to get better at it, but it's a daily struggle.
It is. It's an addiction. It's in a sense. But it's also one of those kind of things, like I know for myself personally, for the longest time, it was like my way to go escape from the realities of the world, just to go into my shop and, get away from it all.
It's like if I don't have money to pay rent, go to the shop and work. Eventually shit's going to sell.
Yep.
But if I stop working, then that's going to, in 3 weeks going to be a really bad issue.
Yeah.
And I kind of learned that one. There's a bunch of stuff right now that I'm seeing in the industry that kids haven't quite learned yet.
Yeah, which is why I like having this podcast, man, to talk about this stuff, which is also another topic I wanted to bring up with you, being the beginning of the year and stuff, and seeing some of the quote-unquote ballers out there that aren't balling out anymore, and there's this weird flux going on in the industry where the success isn't necessarily what it was, and some people are seeing like, okay, what the fuck's going on? Some people are freaking out. Some people are like, oh, this is just a bubble bursting, when it's not a fucking bubble. It's just the way business is. There's ebbs and flows in business and industry always. So, we kind of talked pre-show about this a little bit, and it seems like with social media, people are talking too much in a sense, and painting pictures that they maybe shouldn't be painting or, whatever, So I guess in a sense, like, what's your perspective on what you're seeing on your side of the world out there?
I see a bunch of different ones. One of the major things that I see is affecting the industry is people overall. from collectors to glass artists. And what it is the attitudes that they have and the way they communicate and the way they portray their attitudes and what they're doing. 3 years ago, I saw a lot of money coming into the industry. I saw a lot of people were making sales. A lot of this was happening. Pieces were getting flipped for insane amounts of money, and nobody knew what was going on, but we were riding that wave and we were enjoying it. And then there's the people that weren't seeing that money, and they were like, wait a minute, why is this guy popular and I'm not? I have more skills than him. Why is this guy getting paid this amount of money for this piece when I make this piece and it's nicer than his? Or I make the same piece that this guy designed. Why don't I get the money that he makes off of it? And I was seeing a lot of that conversation going around online. And I was seeing a lot of people talking about it, just, talking about this. And it started with glass blowers, in my opinion. It started with people talking about, fuck this guy for selling these one color pieces, or fuck this guy for making a fucking dinosaur, fuck this guy for making a bear, fuck this guy for doing that. And it's like, oh, anyone can do honey drips. Like, oh, he puts honey drips on a piece and he gets more money. Like, it's not about the honey drip. It's not about that. That guy is making the money that he's making because of the attitude that he has. One, the love that he puts into his work and the differences that he's constantly doing. He's not looking at other people's work to make his work. He's making his work. Mm-hmm. Two, you got guys out there that are like, so all this is happening. And the whole time these guys are doing this, what they're saying is they're telling the collectors, the young kids coming into the industry, like, fuck these guys. Their pieces are overpriced. This is overpriced. This is hype. That's hype. And then you get the collectors start doing the same thing. Like, oh, those guys are just hype. Oh, 5 or 3 years ago when I was buying pieces from that dude, they were a third of the price. I got a fish that was this big for this much money. He's just greedy now. And then, so that's for 3 years, that keeps compiling up and compiling up. And now we got new kids coming into the industry. Like, kid just got his fucking, just turned 18, just turned 21, got his fucking trust fund, just got his fucking, he's been working the same job for a while, just got his promotion. Now he's ready to buy that big piece, just cropped out his first crop, whatever the fucking scenario is. That kid's ready to invest in some glass. He shows up on a forum. What the fuck does he see? He sees collectors saying there's no fucking resale market in it. He's seen glass blowers saying this guy's overhyped, this guy's underhyped, buy my work, I'm broke. All these different voices saying these different things. It makes people hesitant to invest into the industry. When everybody from the artist to the collector are complaining about shit, it makes people that are new in the industry hesitant to invest into it. Because one, this guy's looking at, like, his boys made these pieces that were worth this and that, or bought these pieces that went up in value. Maybe he might actually be buying the piece because he truly fucking loves it. But now he's just heard all this fucking crap, so he's going to hesitate on buying it.
Yeah, it makes total sense.
I think that's where the social media, as a fucking awesome tool as it is kind of the demise to the thing. Like, yeah, it helped us. It got us fucking out there. It got us money. People were making money off of it. Did really fucking well off of it. Now, some of those people lost their hype because their work hasn't changed.
Yep.
So now you're looking at a guy whose work hasn't changed in 6 years, and there's 30 other people who've started blowing glass in the past 5 years that are making his work. Sorry, man, your work's not, you got to evolve.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
And it's like you can either evolve and move forward in becoming an amazing glass artist, or you can sit there and be the guy online yelling at everyone that they're biting your style and give credit where credit's due and this and that. And those are the things that I'm seeing really heavily in the industry, where it's like, don't worry about what this guy's doing. Don't look at other people's fucking work to get inspired for your own work. You want to get inspired to make something cool? Go for a fucking hike.
Exactly.
Go read a book. Quit watching television. Quit making cartoon characters because they're going to go up and down. Like, all of this stuff is an ebb and flow. And this year, one of the things that I saw, which was kind of crazy, is everyone was like, right before Christmas, oh, sales are down, it's going to be a shitty Christmas, this and that. And it's like, you're using December to make money? I learned 15 years ago when I started blowing glass 16 years ago, and 15 years ago I learned you do not bank on sales around Christmas. Nobody buys shit from the artist around Christmas.
Exactly.
No stores are going to be buying more work because every store is trying to get rid of their inventory as fast as they can so they don't have to pay taxes on their inventory. And you got a trade show in a month. So all the money that they're making off Christmas sales, they're saving up to go to the trade show. And that just shows me right there is, one, all the kids that I watched that were on there complaining and stuff, all the guys I saw were younger. 3-5 years blowing glass. They came in during the bubble. People were spending. Now it's like back to where it was like 10 years ago, where it's like you have to be making something cool. People have to know who you are. You got to be, stepping up your game. You can't be making stuff other people are making and wondering why it's not selling. You got to actually put yourself into your work if you want your work to move.
Yeah.
And that's where it's like, I mean, I'm just as guilty as anybody is for jumping on a hype train and making this piece because it was sellable. And then all of a sudden, bam, I've sold as many of them as I could sell. And what do I make next? What do I make next? And that's like a constant struggle for everyone. And you got to remember that, like, there's ebb and flows. Like, shit comes up, shit drops down. And if you don't save for when the shit drops low, you're going to be sitting there with your dick in your hand wondering what the fuck's going on.
Exactly.
Like, why aren't I making money? It's like, there's a reason why really good artists had jobs for a long time. I have friends that are some of the best fucking painters in the world. Like, I got a buddy of mine, CT Nelson. The dude is fucking amazing. His paintings sell for $10,000-$20,000 a time. He sold out his last couple of shows. All within like the past few years, he's came up and he's doing it now. The guy's a full-time computer programmer. He works a full-time job. And he told me, he's like, man, if I didn't work full-time and I had to worry about paying my rent off my artwork wouldn't look like this.
Yeah.
I would not be able to express myself through my artwork fully because I would be trying to rush through this painting to get it done for the next show so that I could sell it for the most amount of money as I possibly can.
Yeah, and being a glassblower, you're worried about your shit breaking or not coming out, or there's so many factors involved in it that just like you're saying, you can't have that kind of negative stress in your mind. You got to you got to walk through your studio door and let that shit go. And a lot of times it's not easy.
It's tough as hell. And one of the things, and that's like from talking with him and from talking with some other artists, really showed me like how lucky a lot of us pipe makers were. That like we got to learn how to become artists. I'm not an artist. I'll be the first one to say it. Like, I'm not an artistic guy. Like, I'm very crafty. Like, you can show me how to do something, I can figure it out. And as I get better and better with glass blowing, I get more and more artistic. It's like a woodworker, a iron worker. Same difference. You got to learn how to do this shit. And once you learn how to do it, you can figure out how to express yourself. There's a few guys out there that are they got amazing talent. Joe Coyle and Elbow, the way those guys' minds work and the way they create and the way they sculpt is amazing to me. Like, it is, like hooves, I'll throw hooves in that same category. Watching those guys work and the way that they sculpt and salt and all of those sculptor guys, the way they fucking work, it is just mind blowing to me. And I've taken classes from them and I've tried to figure it out. And it's like, I know how to do what they're doing, but I can't make what I do not look like theirs.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's the thing for me is like, I have to learn how to make my work look like mine. So, or I have to learn how to make those sculpting skills look like mine. And it takes a lot of practice. And to sit down and think that I can just sculpt something or make something for the first time and then turn around and sell it for a profit, that's rare, that's amazing, and I'm thankful for it every day. And I think that a lot of people in the industry kind of overlook those things that are new in the industry. Especially they overlook those things because they came into it with this grandeur of starting a new carb cap company and doing this and that, and it's just like, man, you guys, it's cool. You guys are jumping in. You're here, but like, what are you doing here? You're just creating a whole bunch of product that's going to now make it hard for all these other people to sell shit.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because a lot of things got so saturated. Like you're saying, like the carb caps, for instance, you know, like the first couple came out and everybody's like, oh, this is fucking cool. And it made sense in terms of a functional product line. But then you had a ton of people that started making them, which then dropped the prices or whatever, you know, supply and demand in a sense on things. Or they were beginning to sell them for way less than what they should be selling them for anyways, you know, in terms of the fair market value.
I mean, shit, dude, carb caps or bubble caps get more money than spoons, and they're a third of the fucking funny, shit. It's like, god damn. I mean, I'm saying on like a low-end production scale, like you go in for a bubble cap and that's still going to be $15-$20, and you're like looking at a spoon that's twice as much glass. You're like, why isn't that one $15? You're like, this little oil burner crack pipe is almost the same thing as that little bubble cap there. Like, I could almost use it the same.
Yeah.
It's kind of funny the way some of it goes. Like,
it's so weird, isn't it?
But that's the thing is, like I said, like I try not to pay attention to any of that. Like, I actually haven't looked at Facebook once this year. Like, I'm trying to like stop looking at Facebook. It's a tool. Like, Instagram is a tool. Like, these are tools. These are marketing tools. These are there to help you be able to reach a higher audience. And if it's taking over your life and you're spending more time on it than you are blowing glass, then it's wrong. If you're sitting there worried about what people's likes and dislikes are more than like making the work that you want to make, then you're doing it wrong. You're not using the tool to its potential.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, yeah, learn what people like, you know, learn what people don't like. But social media it's a drug. It's kind of I've been watching these things where they say that like when you're focusing on social media, every time you get a like, every time you get those comments, those are dopamines that are getting released in your brain because that's somebody patting you on the back.
Yep.
And when you're in your reality and you're not constantly getting your back patted on and you're having to live live your life, it's not as fun as living an Instagram life where you're getting likes and you're liking other people's stuff and you're seeing what other people are doing, and then you can now judge your life poorness over their life greatness, and it's just not that great for us.
No, it's not healthy at all.
So I'm personally trying to step away from interacting with social media as much. Like, I'm still making a lot of posts. I'm still trying to do a lot of posts on Instagram and do that to promote my shit, promote my things, and just kind of keep connections with people. But I'm not using it like I was, where it's like I make a post and then I see how many likes I get. Well, would this person comment on it? Like, it doesn't matter.
Well, you know, even nowadays too, with these algorithms that they have, you know, it's you may post something that one day you get 25 likes on it, depending on what time of day it is, and the next day you could post the same fucking thing at a different time and get 10 times the amount of comments or likes or whatever based on the post.
The one I'm getting, the one I get right now is like I make a post, I might get like 100 likes on it today. Tomorrow I'll get 500 likes on it.
Right, exactly.
It's like
Yeah.
I see more when I actually look through my Instagram feed, I see more stuff from yesterday or 17 hours ago than I do from like an hour ago,
I'm still
2
seeing
hours
people's
ago.
posts from fucking Christmas time. It's the craziest thing. It's so weird how it
Yeah.
works like that, you know. But what's
Yeah,
also
it's
nice is you can go and see your
frustrating.
Oh, it's completely frustrating. But then you have like your insights if you have your page set up like a business page, so you can really fine tune like when you are posting things based on time of day and who's looking at what, even demographics and places and
That's
male, female and stuff.
that was the stuff right there where I just got, it's just too much for me. It's like I'm worrying more about other people's likes and acceptance more than I am just about, here, I made the post, now I can move on with my day.
Yeah, I guess for myself personally, as just online marketing,
That's
and stuff, it's for
no
me, it's a tool. But I understand what you're saying.
no,
Though.
it is a marketing tool, and once you know your tool, then you're like, boom, you can use it. You're like, okay, at 3:00 I'm gonna make my post.
Yeah.
5:00 is the best time for me to post, and then you're like, you can get that. But if you're having, there's like a moment where it's good, and then there's that moment where you're like having to schedule your whole life around this one post, and it's like, you could have just made that post when you first woke up, and then dealt with your whole day.
Yeah. Well, actually,
And that's where I was getting into. That was kind of my issue, where I was like trying to make sure I hit this time and make sure I get this many posts in this time. And like I had a full formula for a while, and I've just given up on it. Like I'm kind of at the point now to where it's like last 3 years I've traveled all but 3 months out of the year. This year my goal is, or I guess it's the last 14, 15, 16, and 17. I traveled all but 3 months of the year on all 3 of those years. I think maybe 1 year was 4 months. This year, my goal is to only travel 3 months and stay home. And because when you're always traveling and collaborating with everybody, I kind of got into a rut of like making this, making that, and not exploring my own creativity, not exploring like, what do I want to make? Like, what this one technique that was really cool and that I've only done a couple of times, like, what's its potential? So like, that's kind of where I'm at right now, is like, I'm excited to relax a little bit. Like I've been fucking nose to the road for a while doing my thing. And now I'm just kind of ready to enjoy just, walking across the street to the shop, going out to dinner with friends. Like I've spent so much time living life so much time living that I actually forgot to live and forgot to actually take the time, to call your friend, to go have a drink with them, because, he might be having a bad day and need that drink just as bad as you do.
Yeah.
And you're having a great day. So, if it's hard to keep connections with friends when you're always out on the road and it's great meeting new friends, but with your old friends, it's hard to keep that connection when you're not actually putting in the time to be the friend. So this year for me is really about slowing life down a little bit and relaxing. And I'll still be at a lot of the shows and doing a lot of the things, but I'm not going to be collaborating as much and doing all that. Like I'm really excited just to kick it and relax.
Fuck yeah. Well, you deserve it, man. Like you said, the last 3 years have been just go, 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 and now you get the chance to kind of enjoy the fruits of your labor. Even if the fruits are kind of dried up a little bit, and it's time to get them rehydrated in a sense.
Yeah,
and physically take care of yourself, dude. Like you got some issues, physically.
Yeah, the physical things, it's working. They're all working themselves out. I'm so much better than I was last year.
Yeah,
it's still not what it was, but it's life. You roll with the punches. You move forward. Things keep going. You can either sit and dwell on one thing, or you can move forward and make other things happen. I'm excited to see what happens this year. I've been hearing rumors of all kinds of fun events that might be happening, and I really hope the DFO comes back. I've been hearing rumors that it might come back, but we don't know yet. So we'll wait to see. Maybe something gets announced at one of these next 3 trade shows.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, speaking of the trade shows, do you find like this kind of
oversaturation of trade shows has hurt this industry more so than helped, or do you think it's kind of
I think that the oversaturation of trade shows has definitely hurt us, and it's hurt us in a sense of like glassblowers are going broke trying to do these.
right? That's my feeling too.
You know, they're spending all their money to get down to Texas to go to a trade show and nobody shows up. They're spending all their money to get out to, you know, they got to do AGE, they got to do Champs, they got to do Las Vegas, they got to do this. And it's so much. Like, I really find fault in the trade shows. I find fault in Champs. I find fault in AGE. Grassroots, Las Vegas adds to it. But Champs, AGE, we had 2 trade shows a year. We had the winter and we had the summer. We had Champs and AGE that were the same fucking week. That was the best thing for us that was ever there. We had 2 trade shows back to back.
Mm-hmm.
Now we have 3 trade shows that are 2 weeks apart. That means that I have to drive all the way to LA or all the way to Las Vegas, do the show. If I do well and I'm out of inventory, then sweet, I get to go home. If I don't do well, I got 2 weeks or 1 month till the next show. And then, so it's like, what do you do for that time period? What do you do with your inventory? Do you ship it home and ship it back? Like, it creates this whole fucking dynamic that's weird. And it's on top of that, it's like now there's Atlantic, there's the kid. Okay, we got the Atlantic trade show now, which is taking away from people going to the summer trade shows.
Mm-hmm.
You got the Dallas trade show that's taking away from people going to the summer trade show. You got the Denver trade show that's taking away from, you know, all these things. It's like then they throw a trade show in Canada. Now people don't need to come from Canada to the US to do the trade show. And it's like, guys, let's do two spring or winter, summer, 6 months apart. Do them the same fucking weekend. Why is it that in the clothing companies can have 6 trade shows going at once? Everyone's cool with it. We can't have 2 glass shows going at the same time because everyone gets into a pissing contest that their trade show's better than their other person's trade show. It's like, it shows me straightforward that they don't care about the glass blowers. They care about selling booths.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you know, it's kind of weird, man, because like we had Champs Orlando this year for the first time, and
exactly my point.
And I went to it
exactly my point.
To see
it's
it.
Like,
and it was,
and all the glass blowers that were local that needed money, they fucking threw in their $1,000 for a booth. They got there, maybe broke even on it. Hopefully they broke even. If not, then, you know, but they had a chance to enter into the win a trip to the Las Vegas show or the Champs fucking competition.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just, and that's what I'm saying is it's like, if AGE cared about us, they would only do 2 shows a year. If Champs cared about the glass blowers, they'd only do 2 trade shows a year.
Yep. Or
they're trying to be like, oh, we care about the glass blowers, the small time ones that can't afford to get out of Texas to come to these shows. It's like, no, you don't. No, you don't. Because you're throwing so many shows back to back that the market's so saturated that these companies, you know, you're throwing enough trade shows that these small town shops don't need to shop from their local glass blowers because they can get everything they need from these trade shows.
Exactly, and that's what's not really killed it, but in a sense has killed the industry in Florida. All these high-end shops that were buying from everybody local, or even in the mom and pops, now they're just going to the trade shows. And these guys that are making the China killers and everything else that they were paying their bills with, they can't fucking sell a goddamn thing anymore because, oh, we're saving our money for the trade show. Well, fuck.
Yeah, and there's a lot of competition for those shops out there now too. And it's just like, I think that, you know, I think that the trade shows, as awesome as they are for us and as great as they are, have really hurt us and would be in their best benefits and our best benefits as the artists if they fucking slowed it down.
Mm-hmm.
You know, go back, throw them the same weekend. It's like, look at what Champs did. Las Vegas tried to throw their show the same week as Champs. They did it last year. They tried to do it again this year. And what do? They move their show 2 weeks later. Champs does. Well, sweet. Now you just made it harder, and you're making people choose you or them, you or them. AGE or Champs, they're a month apart. They're a fucking month apart. They used to be a day apart.
Yeah.
They used to overlap a day. They used to be a week apart. They keep moving farther and farther apart because they're literally trying to make us choose. Who do we support more? Well, fuck that. Who do they support more? Who do they actually care about? You know, the last couple AGEs really showed me that AGE did not care about the glassblowers.
Yeah, I heard horror stories.
They care more about the collectors that are buying $2,000 fucking passes that go into their pocket that doesn't help the glassblower at all.
Yep.
Because if it helped the glassblower, that $2,000 would be going in glassblowers' pockets, not into their fucking pocket, so a fucking hype boy can come in early to the show. It's totally gone away from where it was. And I would like to see things slow down. Like, I chose this year to go to Las Vegas over Champs and AGE because, one, I heard great things about last year's, and two, the ladies are really out there trying to show us and trying to be a part of the community and promote and do these things. It's like, I don't see the other ones doing it. They've already done it. They're established. They have their things. Like, I might see, Champs and AGE at shows, but like, I don't see them actually participating and trying to be like making this industry better.
Yeah.
All I see them doing is trying to make more sales and sale boosts to make more money.
Yeah, I think that's what helps separate Glassroots too from the trade shows, because Nick and all that team there, they're there for the glass artists with the show, the educational stuff they're doing now, and Nick's out there on the floor walking around, and they pulled their show out of Texas.
I can see that, but at the same time, I really found that the educational thing it separates people.
Yeah, we talked about that
too. I didn't see anybody from that part the whole time. That was kind of strange. Yeah, it's just like another thing is it's the same thing I'm saying is it's one more trade show that does okay for everybody, but it's really just kind of hindering the whole fucking thing. It's like, sweet, that Nick makes some money out of the things. Everyone kind of does okay at the show, but it's like, I feel that the trade shows did a lot better when we had one winter show, one summer show.
Yeah,
that was when I would go there and I would get orders for the whole year.
Yeah, and that's the thing. What I agree with you with.
I don't get orders. I don't even get orders at all when I go to these shows now. They want to buy what I have and they want to move on.
Yep. These
trade shows originally for me that's what made my year.
Mm-hmm.
That's what made people's years. It's so saturated with shows that like, I don't need to put in an order with you that you can't fill for the next 6 months, because I'll just go to the next trade show in 3 months and restock then.
Yeah, exactly.
So I find that the trade shows are hurting us quite a bit. I find that they helped us a lot get to where we are, and they still do help people get names for them. Like if you win the Champs, the glass competitions in Champ, it really makes people see you, and that's one way to get yourself out there. Having a booth there, people get to see you. If you get into one of AGE's awards, and that's gonna make your year. Like, those things really do change people's careers. But in general, I think that they need to slow it down for us.
Yeah, for the industry in whole, I agree completely. Because I know, as 19 years now doing the same thing, it's like my old distributor I first had would go to Champs twice a year, and that was his thing. And he would buy everything. I would make them, and he'd go there and sell it all and sell out and come back, and I'd fill them up for the next 6 months. And it was fucking awesome, and it seemed like it was viable for everybody in the industry at the time to be able to do that. Not everybody that did the trade shows, but those that did the trade shows were able to do that. But it's I don't know, it's just a weird. I guess too, if you look at like legalization of marijuana in general, when areas get it legalized, they go fucking crazy. Like when Oakland did, and they had like 25 dispensaries on one block. It's like it just gets oversaturated, and then it ruins it for everybody, because either everybody gets shut down because it is so saturated, or
just business goes down because prices go down because of supply and demand, or like you're saying, you're not
Yeah.
getting orders for down the road because they're just going to buy your table and then move on to the next cat or the next trade show, and it just doesn't
Yeah.
work. It just doesn't work for business, And I think I like too what you're saying too about the whole social media aspect of the negativity in terms of the collectors out there that are buying the glass as a collection, as an investment in a sense. And if you look at like the stock market in a sense, if any little bad whispers or negative comment goes out about a company for weeks and weeks and weeks, and if not months or years, that stock value goes down dramatically. And it's no different in our business. I mean, it's unless everybody right now is investing in fucking Bitcoin or whatever other bullshit's out there,
I mean,
going on.
yeah, that's definitely one right there also. But I think that's one of those ebb and flows. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, I had friends investing into different pot things a couple years ago, and they were like, now they're like so happy that they did it that they're like bought a few pieces, and then they go to Bitcoin, and then they go back around. But it's like, what I really want to see is this. I want to see collectors start buying shit that they fucking like. Not the shit that they think they're going to sell. Buying shit that they actually resonates with them, that they actually like, that they're going to collect it. If you're a fucking collector, collect. If you're trying to be an art dealer or an art flipper or do that, go ahead and do it. Shit takes a long time. And you got to get a good inventory, and you got to have a good taste, good eye to be able to do that. But I'm ready to see collectors like they used to collect the artists that they like, the pieces that they like, buying stuff that they like. And I want to see the artists on the same hand making what they like, not making what they think is going to sell, what they think might be the next big thing. I want to see the artists push themselves. I want to see people in the studios pushing themselves to make the coolest thing they've ever done yet. And it's like, I don't care if you have to make a shit ton of production all year long and you only had one piece that you were super fucking proud of and that pushed your fucking skills. That's what it's about. That's what I want to see. I want to see people really stepping out of their boxes, stepping it up, and like pushing themselves and pushing this industry farther.
Yeah. That's well said, dude.
Yeah, like that's one of the reasons why I did the Vagabond film was to inspire people. To inspire people to get up and go in your shop and make something cool. To remind you why you like to blow glass, why you love to blow glass, to inspire you to make something cool, to step out of your box and, inspire people to like, shit, you didn't like it? You think you can do better? Grab a camera and do better.
Mm-hmm.
I'm ready to see everyone try and make something. The more, the merrier, the better. Like, everyone's been doing this shit for a long time. Everyone's going to keep doing everything. So it's like, I just want to keep fueling the fire, keep throwing things out there that inspire people to try more. It's like, it's awesome to see people doing more.
Yeah, man. And with the, I think my favorite thing right now that, in terms of the things that have spawned from our industry, are the little like boutique companies that are popping up in terms of like color companies and tool companies and stuff that have been inspired by this hype color or these tools or whatever. But they're people out there that have a different skill set that are coming up and creating these different color companies and pushing that side of the envelope of tools to help us make our work even better and give us a variety of stuff. Like some of these joint tools that are out there right now to make handmade joints and stuff. It's like you can make them look like it was made on a fucking machine nowadays. And they're still handmade, and you can still get the money that you need.
What's great is what the funny thing is that's how they were made for years.
Yeah.
That's just somebody who took the old tool and threw in some new graphite bits and stuff like that. But that's how most joints are tooled anyways.
Yeah, exactly.
They always had one shape. Now we got multiple shapes, and it's pretty sweet. Like the tools, the advances in colors, all that. That's the exciting shit for me. And it's like, we do need the money coming into the industry through work selling to be able to afford that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Or you got to be a boss and just go get a job and fucking do what you want. Like, I have projects right now that I want to make that there's no way that I could make it unless I didn't work for a month. So it's like trying to figure out how to not work for a month. It's like, well, what if I don't work for this week? Or what if I work this week, but everything gets set aside, and then 2 months later I get to work for a week. So I have like projects like that I'm trying to plan out right now, where it's like by the time I finish it, it's going to be, a solid month of work, but it's spanned across 6 to 8 months.
Right.
One of the projects I'm really excited to see is Germ Lions project this year. Jeremy Grant Levine.
Yeah.
The 1,000 cranes. I'm really, really excited to see that. I'm super proud of him fucking stepping out of his box and making it, because it's so much different than anything I've seen anyone else try and do in this industry. And the day that he has those all hung up, like I can't wait. I can't wait to see it. And like, I'm excited for him to finish the last one, finish that project, and be able to move forward in whatever he wants to do in life. It's super cool. Like, that's the projects that I'm seeing, right? Those are the things I'm saying right there. Like, I'm ready to see more people do.
Yeah, I agree. And that's when him and I talked about that. Like, I was hoping that him taking this, initiative on his own is going to inspire other people to do this kind of thing. That's where he's taken the knowledge he's learned in the medium that he's doing and this philosophy that he lives by, and he's creating this amazing project. It's like you're saying, there's really nobody else doing this kind of thing right now. And I think eventually, once this happens and people see that he actually followed through and did it, it's going to inspire a whole generation of glass artists to come in here and not just be hype boys and pipe makers and shit, but actually be like a real glass artist and make what the fuck they want to make because they're a glass artist.
Yeah. I definitely feel that also. Most people just, like, when it's all about how you first got introduced to glass.
Mm-hmm.
And that was one thing when I was making Vagabond, I realized, and one of the reasons I made it was this could potentially be somebody's first introduction into the glass pipe world outside of the pipe. Like, they've gotten to pipes, they see the pipes, they see things on Instagram, and now they get to watch this video. And now that's going to give them a perspective on what this industry is. And it was a really heavy thing to deal with, but it's, at the end of the day, I think I did a really good job on conveying the way I feel about the industry and the way others feel too. So I'm excited to see what it spawns, because I see people trying to blame Slinger for degenerate art for all these new people in the industry, and I just got mad. I was like, are you kidding me? Like, you guys all love the movie, and now you're gonna demonize him for spawning a new generation of young people. And it's like, you guys are just, people on the internet just like to like point fingers and get mad to get mad.
Yeah, exactly.
So
hell yeah, dude. Well, on that note, I definitely appreciate you coming on and sharing, this last year and a half of what's been going on, because I know it hasn't been easy for you, and especially when you're kind of birthing this child in a sense of a film and putting your heart and soul to it, and then you get the the big reveal at the end, and you get to show it off, and it brings tears to your eyes. It's obviously all this hard work you've gone through has been worth it in the end.
Yeah, it's definitely worth it. Like I said, I'm really excited for more people to watch it and just see where it goes, because it's like we've gone 14 other countries besides U.S., so let's see what it can do. We've had Mexico, Colombia watched it, Canada, Japan.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, Great Britain, Norway. It's pretty insane to think of. And it keeps getting more and more. It's like that one guy in Norway who blows glass is now going to show his the one guys he knows in Russia that blow glass.
Mm-hmm.
And eventually, it might only be one view in that country, but we're going to get those countries dialed. So
yeah,
that's
it's pretty cool. This show is now listened to in over 63 countries. So we're gonna get the word out there for you, dude, and spread this like wildfire, because everybody needs to see it, for sure. And I'll have the links in the show notes. If you want to tell us real quick too, again, I know there's some numbers on there, but if you have like a general website or whatever the word, you can find
it's on Vimeo under Vagabond, the American Pipe Dream.
Okay.
If you Google Vagabond, the American Pipe Dream, a trailer on YouTube will show up, and a trailer on Vimeo will show up. And if you get to the Vimeo one, it will take you on to where you can watch it, or where you can rent it for $3.
Okay, cool.
eventually after this year, I'm going to put it onto YouTube and it'll be on both platforms. But for this year, I'm just going to let it kind of do its thing and see where it goes and if it can help generate a new project. Because like I said, I would love to do more with the Vagabond project. It's just right now I got to really focus on my glass and myself. And those are the focusing on yourself is the most important thing you can do as a artist, as an individual. I feel as it's going to make your work better.
Yeah, exactly. Hell yeah, brother. Well, thanks again for coming back on and kicking this new year
Well,
off here
thanks
with this episode. Yeah.
Well, thanks again for having me on, Jason, and I look forward to getting together and hanging out soon.
Yeah, man. Likewise. Yeah, I wanted to come out last year, bro, and it was like right in the middle of my divorce, so it wasn't happening.
No stress. Yeah, anytime you want to come up to Portland, you got shop space.
Hell yeah, dude.
It's a tiny shop, but it works. So.
Hey, man. I will be there for sure. I appreciate you. And hang on after I say goodbye off the air here. We'll say our goodbyes later here in a second.
Oh, sounds groovy.
All right, cool. Well, I hope you all enjoyed this episode and interview and chat with JD here. Definitely make sure you go out there and check out this video because it is amazing. And thanks for tuning in, and we'll check you out on the next episode of the Wise Guy Radio Show. You guys take it easy. This episode of the Wise Guy Radio Show is brought to you by The Flow magazine. Since its inception, the focus of The Flow has been to provide a bond among members of the lampworking community. In every issue, you can enjoy great content with the hottest artists and cutting-edge techniques using the latest industry products. These features, along with the continuation of our Women in Glass edition, Glasscraft Emerging Artist Awards, inspiring gallery showcases, dynamic general interest articles, as well as health and safety information, make The Flow the leading international lampworking journal. For more information or to subscribe to The Flow, go to theflowmagazine.com. That's theflowmagazine.com.